Good afternoon. I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Interpreter, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Les invitamos a todos a seleccionar el español si está limitado en su dominio del inglés. De esta manera puede escuchar a las intérpretes del inglés al español. Si se encuentra en su computadora, usted va a notar un globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretación, donde podrá seleccionar a Español. Selecciónelo al hacer un clic y se va a lanzar la opción del español. Si está utilizando su celular, tableta o iPad, usted puede ubicar 3 puntos a mano derecha en la parte superior o inferior de su pantalla. Abajo de ellos usted va a notar una palabra que dice más o more. Puede hacer un clic, por favor. De nuevo se le lanza el globo terráqueo a favor de elegir el español. Después de elegir el español, puede poner terminar o done de esta manera para que usted pueda disfrutar de esta junta de una manera simultánea. Muchas gracias, estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
All right, everyone, the time is 2:30. We'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 3, announcement of our closed session, public employee evaluation of performance. Seeing no members of the public in chamber, we will skip public comment and go right into closed session. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're back. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember MacDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Here. Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show all council members are present.
Thank you. Move on to item 6, our report on closed session. I never get to do the report, but I'm glad to do it today. There's no report, no reportable action from closed session. Item 7.1, we're going to do a proclamation for Red Cross Month. Ms. Banuelos?
Okay. All right, it is my honor. Let's see. Whereas we celebrate American Red Cross Month by recognizing the compassionate acts of people in Santa Rosa and by renewing our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need, and whereas since Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, generation after generation has stepped up to deliver relief and care across the country, our country, and around the world. Volunteers who give back through the Sonoma-Napa chapter of the American Red Cross remain unwavering in their commitment to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of today's emergencies. And whereas their volunteer contributions shine a beacon of hope in people's darkest hours, whether it's delivering shelter, food, comfort, during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills, or delivering international aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crises. And whereas this work to uplift our community is truly made possible by those who selflessly answer the call to help, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another. Now, therefore, may it be it resolved that our Mayor, Mark Stapp, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council in recognition of our community, do hereby proclaim March to be Red Cross Month.
Do we have Andy Whithone here? Wonderful. Andy, why don't we, sure, head up to the top. That might be easiest. Oh, excellent. Excellent. We'll do a photo right after public comment.
Is it on? Hello? Yeah.
We can hear you.
We want to say thank you very much to the City Council for passing their proclamation declaring this to be Red Cross Month. We also want to thank you for your service as City Council members, especially tonight, giving up the opportunity to watch the State of the Union by sitting here doing city business. That's really good of you. Red Cross does a lot of work in the community. We have our blue sky and our gray sky activity. Gray sky is when we respond to disasters like the Tubbs fire and the Kincaid fire that were in this neighborhood, and hundreds of volunteers showed up to help community members who lost their homes and had to be in shelters. We had a shelter at the Vets building, as you're well aware. We've also had shelters at the fairgrounds. Our blue sky activities are a little broader. We do trainings in CPR and first aid. We install smoke alarms. We've installed smoke alarms at 5 or 6 different mobile home parks in Santa Rosa. Hundreds of smoke alarms in the homes of elderly folks who now are safer because they will know if there's a fire in their home. We also try our best to do some education of young children. We have 2 programs. Well, we used to have 2 programs. Now we have one called Prepare with Pedro. It's a program we do in the schools for kindergarten through 2nd graders to prepare them for how to deal with a home fire that might happen in their homes. We have DAT responders, disaster assistance team, who go out when Santa Rosa Fire Department or Healdsburg Fire Department or Roanoke Park Fire Department call Red Cross and say, we've had a home fire, would you please come and provide assistance to the residents? So lots of different ways that we're doing it. We appreciate you recognizing that. And I want to give Miriam a chance to say something. Miriam's on the board of the Red Cross for Napa, Marin, Sonoma, Solano counties.
Hi there, Miriam Chang. I just want to say thank you. And I was recently on a Sound the Alarm over at Rancho San Miguel, one of our local mobile home parks over there. And one of the residents actually was a Red Cross volunteer for 9/11. She's 89 years old and was actually helping to shelter. So these are your community members that are living within your area, and I'm just super proud. Also, as a member that has a household, my children go to school here in Santa Rosa, and so I greatly do appreciate it. Thank you.
Andy and Miriam, thank you both, and we'll look forward to taking a photo in just a minute. But first, we're going to open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to make comment today?
Good job.
Thank you, Dwayne. All right, with that, we'll ask you to come down to the front here, and we'll take a photo. We'll move on to item 7.2, which is a proclamation for Arbor Week. Ms. Fleming? Sorry, I caught you at an inopportune time. Would you like me to tap dance?
Yeah, I think we'd all like that. Okay, nope. All right, thank you all for your patience. Whereas in 1872, a special day was set aside for the planting of trees, and this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees. Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. Since 1909, the state of California officially declared March 7 Arbor Day to commemorate the birthday of our very own Luther Burbank. And whereas in 2025, National Arbor Day falls on Friday, April 25th, and the city celebrates Arbor Day on March 8th with a tree planting event at Galvin Community Park as service to our community and local school programs. And whereas trees protect our environmental resources, reduce erosion of topsoil, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees support our city's economic development by increasing property values, beautifying our community, and enhancing the vitality of businesses areas. And whereas the interest in strengthening community image and sense of place through a preservation of and dedication to Santa Rosa's urban forest has been a major goal and commitment since the city's founding. Santa Rosa has been recognized as Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for over 40 years and desires to continue its tree planting ways. And whereas trees are terrific in all shapes and sizes, no tree size shaming here. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that Mark Stapp, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council and in recognition of our community, does hereby proclaim March 2 to March 9, 2025, Arbor Week.
Thank you, and it's nice to have so many members of our Rec and Parks team here. So, again, thank you for making time to turn out. It's just James Castro here. There he is, James. And we'll do a photo afterwards. Yeah, come right on down.
Mayor Stapp, Vice Mayor Alvarez, council members, my name is James Castro. I'm the Parks Superintendent. Thank you for the proclamation and the recognition under Arbor Day. I do want to say a quick thank you to Dina Manis and her team for always getting these proclamations on the agenda on time, and we appreciate you very much. Once a year, we, as city employees, we have to look at our budgets and take a close look at cost savings and the potential reductions in services. We present these to council, and then we get direction on how to proceed. If the park maintenance staff could stand up for just a second. No matter what services the city cuts or will cut, like a tree crew, if a tree falls in the city, this team responds, no matter what. It doesn't matter what time, it doesn't matter what the weather is, and it doesn't matter if part of our city is burning. This team is there to keep our right-of-way clear so the public can move through safely. We also get assistance from the streets team. I need to call that out. We're very thankful for this. Once a year, we host an Arbor Day celebration, tree planting. It is this Saturday, March 8th, at Galvin Park from 9 to 12. We hope you all can join us. And that's it. Thank you very much.
James, thank you, and your advocacy is much deserved. We know well what this team brings to the city, and thank you for calling out the streets team as well. With that, let's open this up to public comment before we do the photo. Mr. DeWitt.
Yes, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Rosa, and I also want to thank these nice men and women of that Parks Department who've done all this good work with trees. It's really important that we recognize the superintendents in the parks who've been helping on this, especially over in Roseland, which was an area that didn't even have parks most of my life, just a small little spot next to South Davis Street. So now Bear Farm is over there, and we've protected 19.5 acres along Roseland Creek to be the Roseland neighborhood. I bring this up because these folks do the work. They come out and clean up after all the mess that's left by, I call them transient vagrants that happen to find a spot to sleep and stay for a little bit longer. Where we live, we call it wearing out their welcome. And these folks are kind enough to come and help us to clean up out there. We do this quite often. We'll be out there more again. And I just want to make sure that in your budget talks, you don't slight these folks, that these folks are the ones who are actually doing all the work that we need done. And you make sure and keep their wages to be, I guess what they call it these days, the living wage. Make sure they get the monies they need and hire some more folks, even if you have to cut back on some of that management stuff up there at the top. It's like a tree. Chop at the top, you leave the roots, things are better for us all the way around. Some folks might not agree with that, but over in Roseland, we're liking it that way because these folks make Roseland better. I haven't seen many of the management folks roll through except Mayor Keisha Smith and Mayor Rogers when she was there. Eddie Alvarez comes. So also Mr. Stapp and Ms. McDonald stopped by Earth Day last year. So we're doing another Earth Day Saturday. I think it's the 18th or 19th of April. We'll get it out to you. Thank you once again, all you men and women of the Parks Department. Big hand of what is that called? A round of applause for you folks.
Thank you, Dwayne. Again, applause much deserved. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to comment? Well then, could we invite the Parks team to come down and we'll do a photo in front of the dais. I think that might be easiest. Thank you again. We'll move on to our staff briefings, and we'll start with item 8.1, an overview of the Renewal Enterprise District. I think we have Robin Stefani, Supervisor Corsi, and Megan Bassinger.
Good afternoon, Mayor, staff, and members of council. With us today is Robin Stefani, who's the Executive Director of the Renewal Enterprise District, and Supervisor Chris Corsi, and they'll be providing you with an overview of what the district's been up to.
Smith and Attorney Stricker. Nice to see you all. It's a pleasure for me to be back here in City Hall to talk about a great collaboration between the City of Santa Rosa and the County of Sonoma, the Renewal Enterprise District. As Chairman of the Board of the District, I'm here with Robin Stefani, who is the Executive Director. We have a short presentation for you, and we're then hoping that we can answer any questions that you have. Just a quick overview, the Renewal Enterprise District is a joint powers authority that was formed in December of 2018. Members of the council who are involved in the district right now are Councilmember Fleming, Councilmember Banuelos, who is our newest member, and then myself and Supervisor Rabbit from the Board of Supervisors. This is a district that was formed kind of a child of the fires of 2017. After the fires, we knew that we had to rebuild 3,000 homes in Santa Rosa and another 3,000 outside of Santa Rosa in Sonoma County that were lost. But there was also a strong desire to make sure that we didn't get 5 or 7 years down the road and be celebrating that we're back to 2017. So this was an effort to create a resource and policy and money to build more housing in areas where we most need it and in ways that we also most want it. So the city and the county both contributed $10 million to this effort. That's provided leverage for millions more from philanthropic entities and grants at the state level that Robin will talk about later on. Just a description of what we're trying to do here is to create housing that meets the following criteria. It has to be on an infill site. It has to be mid to high density. It has to be residential and or mixed use. And it has to be in a transit-rich planned area. It has to meet all of those goals, and then one of several others, and those are that it be affordable, that it serve a disadvantaged community, that it provide on-site child care. There's a menu here. What this has resulted in is more than 630 units of housing that are either being lived in now by members of our community or under construction now. The Renewal Enterprise District didn't pay for all of that, but we did contribute key funds to make sure that each of those projects stayed alive and either has become or is becoming reality, real housing in the community for all of us. All of that housing has been created in the city of Santa Rosa. That it doesn't need to be in the city of Santa Rosa, but because of some of those requirements, that's where it is. And I'll stop there and turn it over to Robin.
All right, thank you. So thank you. I just want to add that I'm stepping into this role relatively recently, and there's been a lot of really great and innovative collaborative work that's gone into creating this program. And I just want to express gratitude to all of you who have helped us. Vice Mayor, that's better. And others of staff that have contributed and helped with what we've done. I'm going to go over some of the focus areas that we've seen great success with the program, and then also give you a recap of the Red Housing Fund, and then allow for questions to drill into maybe specifics of particular things that, that you want to hear more about. So in addition to the Red Housing Fund, which directly supports via loans specific housing projects, the RED has also been working on collaborative grants. And this table here sort of reflects the grants that the RED's been involved in supporting either as support or managing the actual grant applications for. And this is an important setting of the table for development of housing in the community, because these types of funds are coming into the community that would otherwise not be coming into the community. And they help to set that table so that the developments can go after additional funding and be more competitive. So this is a really critical piece to what we identified early on in the program development of things that the RED could do to assist in and accelerate housing development. Over the last 4 funding cycles that you see represented here, this effort has brought in over 70 million in funding that's been leveraged to over $1 billion in actual investment in our community. The Red Housing Fund, which Chris mentioned, was the creation of a loan product that included the 10 million from the city and the 10 million from the county, was then leveraged to go after additional funding from the enterprise loan and the local housing trust fund matching grant, to be aggregated together for the 22 million that we have in our fund right now that we loan out to various developments. And so those 6 projects represented here were the result of the first NOFA that we put out, and they represent 632 additional housing units in the community. And so when I showed you the table previously, that was sort of early funding, and then what this represents is that last little bit in gap funding that comes in to support a project to get it into construction. So 2 critical pieces of the overall life cycle of housing development. So growing the fund's been one of the things that I've been working on, and that we continue to try to achieve. I bring up the local housing trust fund matching grant because you can see here that because we are so competitive here, this is obviously something that we want to continue to duplicate. And this brought in $1 million that otherwise would not have been available. And this money went to help support the last project that we just funded, which was the Casa Roseland project. So currently the fund has 4 projects that have been constructed and that are currently housing our community, 2 projects that are in construction here that represent another 243 units. And then the way that the loan is designed is that our market rate products, our market rate loan product is a recycled product in that it is about a 3-year turnaround time for that money to be loaned back out to the next project. So we will be coming out, we're looking at coming out in 2025, early 26 with a new NOFA to recycle those funds. Pullman Lofts is one of the market rate products that we supported, and this has 114 market rate units and 2 affordable units. This is located in the Railroad Square area. One of the first transit-oriented development projects that we've seen in Santa Rosa, adjacent sort of the SMART station in downtown Santa Rosa. And this is one of the products that we were really interested in supporting to see if we could get a couple of market rate products going so that we could prove the model that downtown development worked and that this would spur additional interest from other developers, because one of the things that the fund did in the early stages of its formation was a lot of conversations with the development community, not just here locally, but outside the area, to try to determine what we could do to move our housing forward in that downtown development, infill development market share that we had been struggling with in Santa Rosa. So this is one of the projects that we supported that is helping to do that. Del Corazon is down on Stony Point and Sebastopol Road, and this is 77 units of affordable housing. And one of the things that I really thought was great about this project opening that Vice Mayor Alvarez joined me for was that the school district showed up to celebrate this project. They were really there saying, you know, our families have been looking forward to this. We have several families that are moved in already, and you know, they see, I think rightly so, the nexus between housing and education, and having housing near education be the type of housing that families need to be able to support the school district. So it was really great to see them there. This particular project, because it's an affordable project, it also had program related to it, and so they had a community space. And so I heard conversations happening between the school district about after-school programs, and so it was a really nice kind of mixing of that, you know, two different parts of our community that sometimes are a little bit remote from each other and a little bit siloed, kind of coming together and realizing that they have a shared interest in this community. Aviara is a project that is out on College next to the old G&G supermarket, which is now Safeway. And this is 136 units of affordable units. And it's a good example of project that is really located next to amenities where you could potentially walk and go buy your groceries because Safeway's right next door, and there's other services that are in that adjacent shopping area. And so although this isn't in downtown proper, it's one of those adjacent hubs, if you will, that are important for us to think about developing and to connecting our transit goals with, so that we can kind of build these small little neighborhood hubs throughout the community of Santa Rosa. South Park Commons, which is down kind of adjacent, like maybe a mile this direction, South Santa Rosa Avenue. That way? That way. That way. As the crow flies, about a mile. So this is what was Bennett Valley Senior Center, and has been redeveloped into what I think is one of the most beautiful affordable housing projects in our area. It also wins the award for closest fit to the rendering that we saw. And this project is 75 affordable units, including some Section 8 voucher recipients from the city of Santa Rosa. 420 Mendocino, which is really a fantastic project, market rate project in downtown Santa Rosa. And I think we've probably all seen the cranes and the work being done here. And so this is project 2 of the setting the new expectation that downtown Santa Rosa is a great place to come and develop mixed use projects that are going to be helping to support the economic development goals of the city while also meeting the housing needs of our community, which really spread across the spectrum from, you know, we really need all types of housing right now. And so this is a great example of a product type that we didn't have before. This is a new kind of model, and it's pretty innovative in its construction technique. It's the first, you know, double podium construction in Santa Rosa, so that's also been one of the kind of questions that people have wondered about, whether that was a viable product type to develop in Santa Rosa, and it's proving the case. And I think that you will see more of this type of construction now that one's been built. So we are looking forward to this project opening this year. I've been, you know, waiting for the tour of it coming up. It's really close to being completed in construction, and we'll be starting to lease out this year. And then, oh, sorry, the number of units for that one is 168. Oh, sorry. 168 market rate units. And then Casa Roseland, obviously, our latest project that we have embarked on and closed on the loan this January and has started construction. And this project really, all of our projects exemplify this idea of complete communities, which is the idea that, You know, if you can live and work and walk and get public transportation in your community, you are going to have a healthier living experience in your community, and you'll be able to thrive there in your community. This project really hits it out of the ballpark in the sense that it's been long awaited and also anticipated, and it is part of what is that town focus, the new town focus of Roseland, with the square there that you see in the foreground that's under construction right now. That's gonna, if anybody is familiar with this particular site, it was, you know, a parking lot, and now it's going to be a park. So this really, I think, is a great project to showcase what affordable housing can do and housing can do to revitalize really a community, because that was the key piece that was needed in order to support the development that's happening here for the rest of the community. So those things really go hand in hand. Yeah, so that is the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council for questions. Ms. Banuelos?
Where is Casa Roseland located?
It's on Sebastopol Road, and I'm not exactly sure the cross street, but very close to Dutton. West? Okay.
Close to Dutton? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
I had one. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor?
Just to add a little other context, it's the heart of Roseland, where the Matote Food Park is right now, where Cinco de Mayo takes place, the old Roseland Shopping Center.
Thank you. One question from me. Oops, do we?
Go first.
In 2025, 2026, you mentioned that some of the funds that had previously been allocated were going to become available for loans again.
Correct.
What will be that loan amount?
There'll be another 1.3 million. We currently have about 2.3 million in the fund, so we will be aggregating that together. And the discussion is whether or not to go out with a new NOFA this year or to wait to the following year, because then Mendocino, 420 Mendocino will mature, and that 7 million will then be available.
Understood. Thanks for that clarification. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for coming here today. I am constantly bragging about all of the good work that you do in order to achieve our housing goals, and it's really amazing that we do it in partnership with our county partners. I was just curious if you could also speak to, I know we're not currently doing the JPA, I'm sorry, the word for it is
essential function bond?
Essential function bonding.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering if you could speak to that for just a moment so that the
Sure.
council can hear that potential
Yeah,
opportunity.
sure. Well, I hope that this is the first of many reports that I get to come back to present to you, because there is a lot of exciting things that we are looking at this year. And one of them is the essential function bond, which has been difficult to do for various reasons related to the market. But as things maybe potentially cool off, there may be more opportunities. And it's a little bit technical, but essentially it would allow us to purchase a project that is currently market rate and bring that market rate project naturally into an affordable or missing middle product. And in a way that historically, the reason that JPAs and essential function bonds have been a little bit on ice is that there were some issues that we have now, as a collective community of people trying to do these, have resolved. And we think we have a path that is going to work for the jurisdiction and work for the product type. So we're just waiting for complete alignment on that, which largely has to do with interest rates and available projects. So I look forward to coming back with more information on that.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah.
Any other questions from council? Let's open it up to public comment. I see that we have Stephanie Bauer, who has put her name in. Is Stephanie here? Yes. Thank you. And after Stephanie, Mr. DeWitt.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, staff, Mayor, Vice Mayor Alvarez, council members, and staff. My name is Stephanie, and I serve as Deputy Director at Generation Housing. The RED is exactly the kind of collaborative, multi-jurisdictional effort that can lead to enduring, smart leveraged, and regional housing solutions. We're grateful to this Santa Rosa City Council for answering one of our first public calls to invest into the RED Housing Fund, which sprung from the RED in 2020. This innovative financing model has already provided critical gap financing to several projects, bringing over 600 units of high-density, transit-oriented, and climate-smart units to Santa Rosa. The ability of the RED Housing Fund to leverage public and private resources is key to accelerating housing production and addressing long-standing regional housing needs. We appreciate your ongoing dedication to the Renewal Enterprise District and the RED Housing Fund and look forward to seeing the lasting benefits these investments will bring to Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mr. DeWitt?
Thank you, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, also in the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group. This has been a wonderful presentation. This is the most I've heard ever about what the RED actually is doing and how the good things are coming forward. It's all positive. I have never met Ms. Stefani yet, but I'm looking forward to that situation, specifically to advocate for even more housing over in the Santa Rosa specific plan area of Roseland, which runs along Sebastopol Road up to Dutton Avenue and takes in Roberts Avenue. These things are very close to the downtown railroad depot. One of the things that comes up often is people don't understand how to interact with the different agencies. They don't understand where the transparency is to get the information to be able to put something forward. Now that you've talked about it tonight, especially this idea of how what's called Casa Roseland now has been something that is going to perhaps revitalize Roseland. It's going to take more than that. There's a lot going on over there right now. There's difficulties still, though. I do believe that a RED, when handled properly, can bring in some sufficient incentive, is the word, to make good things happen in the next few years. With that in mind, I would ask that you do wait before you put out another loan to get the funds that are going to come back from 420 Mendocino. I love that address. And the thing is, it's good that you've been building in the downtown area. The closer you get to the center of the downtown, the better you're off for all of us. I appreciate that sometimes you have to go further away, but if you truly believe in transit-oriented development and the re-energizing of downtown Santa Rosa, the closer you get the housing in, the better. These vacant lots, yeah, sell some Santa Rosa properties maybe, and get the RED to put in some housing on these parking lots, etc. You get the drift. The main thing of it is most of us in the public had no idea how the RED is doing these positive things. There hasn't been a, what's the term bureaucrats use? Robust. There has not been a robust community outreach to us to let us know what's really occurring. So please, get more robust, especially for Roseland. You could even make that a meme. That could be one of those things you do. Robust Roseland for housing. We want more housing there. Of course, we need the infrastructure to go along with it, but we can find ways to do it. I realize you'll also have to rely pretty much solely upon the state, because I do believe the regressives at the national level, the musketeers, are trying to tear down the Housing and Urban Development Department. So you might not get funding from them, but the state and the RENA numbers could help you. Congratulations, and good luck, Ms. Stefani.
Thank you, Dwayne. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for final comments. Any final thoughts? And I'll add my compliments to those that have already been given. The RED has done such impressive things for the community. Not only is it putting housing units into production, but the specific developments, whether it's 420 Mendocino, whether it's Casa Roseland, they're catalyzing neighborhoods, as you mentioned in your presentation. So thank you so much for the good work, and it's nice to hear how it's going to be continuing in the coming years. And so Robin and Megan, thanks to you both, and Supervisor Corsi, you've been doing innovative things since you were sitting in this chair, specifically with respect to housing. So thank you for all that work. And with that, we'll conclude.
Great. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 8.2, Community Empowerment Plan Update. Ms. Horta?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I am Ana Horta, Community Engagement Manager with the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office, and I will be presenting the Community Empowerment Plan update. On March 5th, from 1:20 to 3:30 p.m., the Violence Prevention Partnership will be bringing the Mary Lou to the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, 756 Humboldt Street, for their inaugural Cultural Day. Also on March 5th and 6th, the Santa Rosa Fire Department and the Santa Rosa Police Department will be participating in the Read Across America Story Hour at Helen Leckman Elementary, Hidden Valley Elementary, and Steel Lane Elementary School. Next, on March 15, the Santa Rosa Police Department will be bringing the Mary Lou to the Rincon Valley Car Show at Santa Rosa Bible Church, 4575 Badger Road, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. The St. Patrick 5K will take place on March 16 at Courthouse Square at 10 a.m. The event is organized by Fleet Feet. Proceeds benefit the Santa Rosa Rec and Park Scholarship Fund. The fund provides income-qualifying individuals and families with scholarships from swim lesson, day camps, and other training classes. On March 25th, the Santa Rosa Fire Department, in collaboration with Herbert Slater Middle School, Heart Safe Community, and Safe Life Sonoma, will be hosting hands-on CPR and AED classes for 7th graders. Additionally, the Santa Rosa Police Department, the Violence Prevention Partnership, New Hope for Youth, and partner organizations have been providing direct outreach, intervention services, education, and mental health support to the students at several Santa Rosa City schools following a series of heart-rending events. Finally, from March 1st to March 28th, the Recreation and Parks Department will be hosting the Leprechaun Treasure Hunt. Community members can hunt for leprechauns in our city parks and win the prize. And now let's welcome a special guest that will be providing us with more information about this event.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Shenanigans the Leprechaun, and I'm excited to announce that I'm partnering with your amazing Recreation and Parks Department for the month of March as we hide leprechauns around city parks for families to go out and hunt the leprechauns. And if they find them, they get some of my prized treasure. But the shenanigans don't just happen in our parks, they actually start right here in council. So, council members, Vice Mayor Alvarez, Mayor Stapp, if you could please look under your desk area. You will find one of my little friends, our Santa Rosa leprechauns. These are the leprechauns, 60 of them hiding all over our city parks, 20 of our city parks. So those are your leprechauns. You can take them to the Findlay Community Center and you could claim some of my treasure if you want, or you can distribute them to a community member. And Madam City Manager, Madam City Attorney, Madam City Clerk, the shenanigans would not leave you out as well. So you've already found some of my treasure. So when our community members return to Findlay, that is the treasure that they will be receiving. So thank you very much. It's a joy for me to partner with your amazing Recreation and Parks Department in the city of Santa Rosa.
That concludes the Community Empowerment Plan update for March. Thank you.
Wow. Other duties as assigned. There had better be some questions. Colleagues?
More of a comment. I've been looking for you.
Ms. Rogers.
I thought you were going to rap.
Oh.
That was more of a comment than a question. All right, Ms. Fleming.
Who should we attribute this idea to? I see.
Okay. Way to throw him under
Madam
the bus
City
right
Manager,
away.
nobody knew about this. So you could only attribute this to Shenanigans the Leprechaun.
I see.
Who
Well,
HR has no file on.
it's amazing. Thank you.
Excellent clarifications. Are there any other questions before we go to public comment on this item? All right, members of the public, now's your chance. We'll open up the floor. Mr. DeWitt, any other official public comments? Would any other members of the public like to speak? All right, bringing it back to council for final comment. Ms. Rogers?
Does Shenanigans rap? Okay.
Other final comments? There are no words. All right, we are speechless.
We've done it. They've actually stunned.
All right, we'll do that next. I want to leave it on this happy note, but Anna had an important update that I do think we need to touch on the council, given the headlines in the city for the past too many days. We were here last week at council talking about the issues that we have in our schools with violence, with weapons being discovered, with overdoses. Anna pointed out the very large role that our violence prevention team is playing on city streets and in city schools, working with youth, doing outreach, trying to find solutions for the multi-layered problems that are affecting our schools first and foremost, but our city more generally. There will be more updates in the weeks to come about what the city is trying to do to address this issue, in terms of everything from making sure that Narcan is available, working with our police department and city schools. As the city schools reorganize, we know we're going to have to look at our transportation systems, look at the way look at our street traffic, the effects on street traffic, looking at the effects on buses. There are, of course, school safety issues that have been percolating in our community for years. Those are still live issues. Our city still has the 3x3 committee in effect. There will be a meeting, I believe, next week. Suffice it to say, for the public's knowledge, that there's a lot of conversation with our school partners, both school leadership and school board. This is while much of the decision making at the moment rests with school board leaders, rest assured that the city council and city staff, executive leadership in the city are in constant communication with our school colleagues, doing everything we can to support. So again, we're seeing the same headlines that everyone else in the city is, and we will be releasing more information in the days and weeks to come. A good clarification from my colleague, Vice Mayor. The 3x3 is shorthand for an ad hoc committee that was started a year ago, something on that order, with 3 members of the City Council, 3 members of the school board, specifically to discuss school violence issues and solutions that we can bring to bear. So another meeting will be held next week, and we hope to be releasing more information at that time. Again, not to end on a somber note, even though we know that's necessary, let's try to turn the mood around again, at least temporarily, with a photo. So Shenanigans, that was the name? All right, and Anna, is that still your name?
Anna is simple. Yeah, let's keep it simple.
Okay, all right, good. Come on up, let's do a photo. All right, we'll move on to item 9, our city managers and city attorneys reports. Madam City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Hopefully, Mr. Shenanigans made it back to his office on one of our Redwood e-bikes. Our Redwood Bike Share program launched last week. So we launched with 35 e-bikes. Once fully deployed, the city will have over 80 e-bikes deployed through 12 locations throughout the city. The Redwood Bike Share program is a partnership between SCTA, TAM, and Drop Mobility, and it was funded by MTC Bike Share Capital Program Grant. For more information on the Bike Share program, you can find it at redwoodbikeshare.com. And there are also some maps of the locations, and you can find those at srcity.org/Redwood Bike Share. The draft active transportation plan has opened up for public review. Public comment on the draft Santa Rosa active transportation plan will be open until March the 30th. The ATP outlines a safe, connected, and comfortable active transportation network for the community. We are in the final phase of the plan. Residents are encouraged to review and provide comment on the draft at srcity.org/ATP, and council will be receiving a briefing on this at the March 18th meeting. And last, Recreation and Parks, they will have the St. Patrick's 5K run and walk beginning at Courthouse Square on Sunday, March the 16th. Proceeds from the fundraising event will go to the Recreation and Parks Scholarship Fund, which helps swim lessons for families in need. You can find more information at santarosarec.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney?
All of this fun is a tough act to follow. And so with that, I have no report for this evening.
All right, we'll move on to item 10. Are there any statements of abstention or recusal by council members? Seeing none, let's...
Mayor, respectfully, we need to take public comment on the city manager report, item 9.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. Yes, all right, item 9, the city manager and city attorney report. Are there any members of the public who'd like to make a comment? Mr. DeWitt?
To say what she was saying about the active transportation plan, I'd like to ask all of the city council members to keep in mind that there has been an idea for a bikeway greenway along the south side of Roseland Creek for over 20 years, and the land was finally given to the city 14 years ago. So hopefully all you folks will put that up as a top priority. There's a lot of people out there in Roseland that perhaps won't be putting in comments. They might not know what's occurring, but if you'll keep us in mind, that would be a wonderful thing. We've been calling it the Southwest Greenway as long as we've heard about the Southeast Greenway, so that maybe we could get a little bit of, what's that called? Love. Get some love like that southeast side. So bring it to Roseland, active transportation plan along Roseland Creek at the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Any other members of the public? All right, move along. Again, there were no statements of abstention or recusal by council. We'll move on to item 11, mayors and council members' reports. Are there any members of the council who'd like to report out? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to make 2 appointments tonight. I'm going to be appointing Catherine Kelly to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board and Omar Lopez to the Board of Community Service.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do you have that?
Thank you.
Any other council member reports? Ms. Rogers?
I would like to look at possibly 2 future agenda items. The first would be dispensaries downtown. And the second would be requesting to have a solar ordinance placed. The ordinance will require single home builders and our solar installation companies to provide homeowners with a form that states the estimated required amount of solar needed for a particular size of a home or building, and the amount that is being put in place. This form will need to be signed by both the installation person or builder and the homeowner. And I think this is important after speaking to some of our legislature to bring to council, because homes are being sold in our community under being solar, but they are not equipped to actually provide the solar that is needed to run the home, which makes the homeowner have a deficiency. And for anyone that has solar, there is a true-up bill at the end of the year, which could be quite substantial if you are participating in a solar program but do not have enough solar, or even, so by law they only have to put like 8 panels on. Some of the homes require a lot more than that. So it's just something that I think that will protect our community members that are purchasing homes or purchasing solar to participate in climate friendly, not activities, but climate friendly, whatever it is, I don't know the word, but also be advised accordingly.
I'll second both motions. To be able to come back.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Madam City Attorney, do we need some clarity down here? Or some clarification, I should say?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Gabe Osborne, Director of Planning and Economic Development. Just to ensure that I understand the recommendation on the table, on the solar side, oftentimes solar is installed not to fully offset the electrical use. And to understand the clarity is to ensure that as solar companies provide those options that do not fully offset, that there is a certification and a process where the homeowner completely understands the level of electricity that will be produced by the solar. That is how I am interpreting that, and happy to hear additional clarity if that is a misinterpretation of the requirement.
No, that is correct. That is what I'm requesting.
Perfect. And then on the cannabis side, is that just more of an understanding about the regulations for downtown cannabis use, or excuse me, operation?
Yes, and if we want to revisit that, I've had community members ask, so bringing it back to council.
Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Rogers, if I could actually make a friendly amendment to that request of council revisiting the cannabis ordinance as a whole.
Go for it.
That would be the request.
That we revisit it as a whole. Director Osborne, clarification.
Say again? I am. I've over a year of...
Friendly amendment that we revisit
Great
the ordinance as a whole. As a whole.
What I may recommend, if the concern is downtown, that we revisit the ordinance under a very narrow band of the effect of downtown to avoid the overhaul of the cannabis ordinance. That is a fairly significant lift. So really to understand where the concern is and have a focused conversation, that would be our recommendation.
My concern is primarily downtown. I'm not quite sure. Vice Mayor Alvarez.
I retract the friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Ms. Fleming?
I would just ask a request of that, if, regardless of how this goes, if it goes forward, that we bifurcate the issue so that when they come back, we're not voting on whether to put them on the agenda together, that we can take each item separately based on its own merits.
Yes, they will be two separate agenda items.
Do we have the clarification that we need, Madam City Attorney?
We do, but we need to have someone second it in order to bring it back for our two-part process.
For clarification, I did second each one individually. Second both items.
Thank you. And as I schedule the item to come back for consideration, I will put Councilmember Rogers made the request with a concurrence from Councilmember Alvarez, and they will be agendized separately.
Thank you. Are we ready for a vote? We don't know, no vote needed here?
There's no vote. This
Okay.
is part of your two-part process. When we bring this back, the question will be whether you will have to vote to determine whether to put it on a future agenda.
That's right. Thank you for the reminder. All right. Are there any other reports from council? Okay. We have no minutes to approve. We'll move on to item 13, consent. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13.1, motion, accept 2024 Annual Public Records Request Report. Item 13.2, motion, Coffee Park and Fountain Grove Neighborhood Roads Disaster Recovery Contingency Action. Item 13.3, resolution authorizing the submittal of an application to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development's Home Key Plus grant program with Burbank Housing Development Corporation, Catholic Charities of the Diocese of Santa Rosa, and Caritas Homes Phase 2 LLC as co-applicants for Caritas Homes Phase 2 in an amount not to exceed $13.95 million. Item 13.4, resolution authorizing submittal of a matching grant application for the Lower Colgan Creek Neighborhood Park Improvement Project. Item 13.5, resolution service contract with the Santa Rosa City School District to provide summer programs for youth. 13.6, resolution regional housing needs allocation transfer with a revised and final version of Exhibit A. Item 13.7, resolution South Santa Rosa Specific Plan Professional Services Agreement.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council. Any questions on consent? All right, we'll go to public comment. Would any members of the public like to speak? Mr. DeWitt?
My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm very concerned about 13.4, not because we're going to be having a park there finally. We've been waiting for that for decades. But the possibilities of how parks were provided in the past, the developers actually built or dedicated the land for the park to occur. And we changed that. And now the taxpayers pick up the costs of these parks that are an amenity that is absolutely necessary when you put in larger developments. The developments out there along Bellevue Avenue and along Bellevue's side street, which used to be called South Dutton, now it's called Dutton Meadows. Those were a part of the Southwest Area Plan from 30 years ago. And at that time, the thought was the developing community would provide the parks. And this hasn't been occurring. We don't have enough parks out there. There's a dearth of parks. This is a nice idea that we're going to get this coming forward. But having it come from the taxpayers is, at least in my eyes and in the eyes of many others who've been in the community a long time, an unfair shifting of that burden that used to be taken care of by the developers. So also on the idea of, the housing needs allocation transfer. So this means that the city of Santa Rosa has to provide those numbers of housing that the county used to pick up. And we want to make sure that, okay, we're going to get all that 641 housing units there out of that 35 acres. So that's almost a stipulation that you have to abide by once you put this in. once this resolution happens, there should be two main words. One is must, and the other is shall. And if those words are in there, then you folks will be providing, or helping to provide, I should say, the 641 regional housing that's supposed to come over to the cities. It's a city obligation now once you pass this resolution. So I hope you understand what's going to take place. Sometimes developers don't build what they promise. They say one thing and then, amazing, years later, it's still not there. So also perhaps look into a timeline and make sure when those units will be coming forward on that annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Ms. Flores?
Thank you. Good evening, Council. As I've brought to your attention recently, I was not aware that through Councilmember Okrepke's employment with George Peterson Insurance Agency.
Ms. Flores, we're on the consent calendar right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought it was non-agenda. I'll wait till that.
We'll be doing public comment on non-agenda items in just a second.
Okay.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on consent?
Yeah, no worries.
All right, then I'll bring it back. Mr. Alvarez, we're ready for a motion.
Absolutely, Mayor. I'd like to move items 13.1 through 13.7 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. All right, now we're ready to move on to item 14, our public comment on non-agenda matters. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak on items not listed on the agenda, now is the time. Ms. Flores, we'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you. My apologies. To clarify, I'm inquiring because I wasn't aware that through Councilmember Okrepke's position with George Peterson Insurance Agency that he offers commercial lines for the North Coast Builders Exchange, and it's a workers' compensation program. He was the former president, I believe, for the Northern California Engineering Contractors Association. So I'm just wondering, because on his statement of economic interest, it lists that firm, George Peterson, as an employer, but his clients are not itemized. So if he is potentially having contractors or engineering consultants as clients, then if he has approved any contract through City Council where there is a potential conflict, then that should be audited. So I'm not sure if that took place, but I would request for his clients to be disclosed, because I did see on his campaign finance statements, for example, he received a $500 payment from Gelati Construction. And then the Engineering Contractors Association in 2023 had a private meeting with city management to see how they could expedite their bids. So that was concerning to me. As far as the discussion with having cannabis dispensaries downtown and revisiting the ordinance, I greatly appreciate those discussions. I would ask, and my biggest ask always, is that I don't agree with certain aspects of DEI for selecting applicants purely based on their race. I think that's insulting as someone who's biracial myself. However, I would ask from an equity lens that we truly educate our community on these processes and how to apply, and we have more education as a whole so we can have greater involvement. And that's something that I would personally like to be involved with, because I know of some wonderful applicants that would have interest in opening businesses in the downtown area. So I thank you for your time. Thank you for listening this evening, and God bless.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt?
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I attended a meeting on Wednesday of the Sonoma County Community Development Commission. At that meeting, they were discussing the sale of 5 affordable housing apartments and having it be changed over to ownership. Now, one of the reasons housing authorities were set up in Sonoma County and in Santa Rosa over 60 years ago is because of the dearth of affordable residential rental housing. And we've never overcome that. As a matter of fact, the federal government has had in place for all these 60 years funding that comes forward to help with these needs. Unfortunately, the musketeers that are up there at the federal level right now, the regressive forces that are looking to tear apart various agencies, have their eye upon the Housing and Urban Development Department. And they may undercut what those folks do, which is provide funding for housing vouchers. If that comes about, that means that many of the units that people live in with housing vouchers may become prone to being sold. People who have been renting might say, well, this is a profitable situation now, and we're going to find ourselves in some difficulties. Now, that sale that I mentioned, it comes from an unusual owner, Burbank Housing Development Corporation, and the units are in Sea Ranch, all right? And so many years ago, it was set up to have those units be affordable. I bring it up to the Santa Rosa City Council because you do a lot of business with Burbank, and you have to keep in mind that they have promised over the years to work with you on affordable rental residential units, that then after they say they're going to do it, they change it to home ownership. And it's happened at Bellevue Ranch 30 years ago where they didn't put a covenant in, and then those units, home ownership, self-help build, were sold by those people and made substantial profits, and the affordable housing was lost. These are the things that you folks probably don't get informed about when you get on the council. This is stuff that it's really important because you also handle the vouchers for veterans under what's called the Veterans Administrative Supportive Housing Veterans. And it's really important. You're the folks that are at that forefront. We have over 100 vouchers right now, and yet we've got hundreds of homeless veterans, and they're not getting the vouchers. And we need affordable residential. This is really so important. Don't be swayed by folks saying, well, the market this or the market that, or especially the regressives and the musketeers saying, oh, we've got to tear this down. Maybe write some letters out to HUD and say, no, we need to keep it. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Dwayne. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on non-agenda matters? Seeing none, we're going to move ahead to item 16.1, which we know is top of mind for many of you who are here tonight. We're going to do our public hearing, which involves a consideration of massage ordinance municipal code amendments and adult entertainment business zoning code amendment. Thank you to all of you. This has been an eagerly anticipated item.
Thank you, Mayor. Bear with us as we pull up the PowerPoint. Okay, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Gabe Osborne, Director of Planning and Economic Development. And joining me today is Lou Kurt, our Assistant Chief Building Official, also manages our Code Enforcement Division, and Jessica Jones, our Deputy Director of Planning. As mentioned in the introduction, the item before the council at this point in time is a number of code changes related to massage establishments. We will also be proposing related fees associated with that. And we also will be considering code amendments pertaining to adult entertainment. And before I hand the presentation over to Mr. Kurt, I'd like to make a few high-level points about the purpose of today's actions. When we look at illicit massage, and that's really the illegal activity that has a tendency to incur in certain circumstances in massage uses, this code section is really intended to address that. And it adds a significant amount of regulation on massage uses, and that regulation has been shown to be a deterrent. And what we've seen at both the state level and other jurisdictions is they are adopting additional code language to be able to address this. So the challenge with this is that although we have illicit activity operating in some of these uses, we also have very legitimate activity working and activating in some of these uses. So the balance is really to understand how the regulation both detracts from or discourages the illicit use, but also encourages the legitimate use. So really over the last few months, we've been trying to balance that out. There's quite a bit of community engagement involved in that to really understand concerns on both sides. So what we're presenting today is the result of those activities. What I'd also like to point out is we also have code amendments pertaining to adult entertainment. This has created some confusion in the community. We are not attempting to regulate massage uses as adult entertainment. This is really an add-on, and what we'll see often is from an efficiency standpoint, we try to join together fairly like things just to ensure that we're using our staff time wisely, and we're adjusting some of our aged code. So we'll talk a bit about the differences between the two as we go through the slides. And with that, I'd like to hand the presentation over to Mr. Kurt.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stapp, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to go over this ordinance with you, in theory. Okay. I apologize. We're having some technical difficulties here. It's just not showing the screen that. With apologies. So moving into this, since early 2024, there have been heightened community concerns about the perception that illicit massage is proliferating within our neighborhoods. We had a number of meetings according to that, and those concerns included threats to public health and safety, human trafficking, and the like. In response, the city embarked on a multi-pronged approach to address this issue. The first part of that approach was to conduct some enforcement with our police department and code enforcement personnel. We went into several establishments known to be problematic in the city, and we had some immediate results. We actually closed a couple of businesses, and more importantly, we actually rescued 3 women who were being human trafficked. So a very important consideration when we're looking at this sort of ordinance. The second component of the effort was to adopt an ordinance, and we started on that effort, and that is the largest part of what we'll be talking about tonight. Currently, staff estimates that there are 130 known massage establishments in the city. We do not know how many of those are complying with regulations, and the total number is not completely known. So this is just to identify the scope of the problem and to quantify community concerns. The map that you're looking at now is showing the concentrations of these establishments in the city. So clearly we have some issues that we need to address. As further background, our current massage ordinance was adopted in 2010, And since that time, there have been a lot of changes to state law, which have caused our ordinance to fall out of alignment. The ordinance as it stands now refers to state code sections that no longer exist and similar problems. So we wanted to be able to address that. Communication and outreach really have been something we've been looking at as a foundational aspect of this from the very beginning. We had the meetings in April and May of 2024 with the community. We had our public safety subcommittee meeting in October of 2024. And then in January of this year, we met with the massage community because we wanted to be open and transparent with all parties. We gained feedback from those meetings that informed our process and how we crafted this ordinance. And on February 27th, last week, we took this to the Planning Commission, where we received some comments and, again, some very positive feedback. We accepted industry feedback through the end of February. I've gotten ahead of myself, forgive me. The feedback we received in those meetings was varied over time. When this started in early 2024, there was a feeling that the city needed to do something urgently. There was fear, there was anger, and there was concern that we needed to address this problem. Through time, as we saw this ordinance starting to take shape, and as we included these community groups and then later the massage industry in our meeting, those comments began to change. The meetings were well attended. We received feedback from them that helped us to make changes, and we hope to continue that outreach. This positive feedback, again, was echoed in the Planning Commission meeting and informed some of the late changes that we made to this ordinance. So let's talk about the redesign of the ordinance itself. We recognize the need for a comprehensive solution, and we undertook a complete redesign, the purpose of which was to prioritize the safety and well-being of our residents and visitors by realigning the code and bringing the city into conformity with current state regulations. We provide, with apologies to Mr. DeWitt, robust enforcement tools to end the proliferation of illicit massage uses. And as previously mentioned, we wanted to support the success of legitimate businesses by balancing the regulatory requirements against the needs of the legitimate massage uses and to differentiate them from being penalized for a failure to comply. So these proposed standards will be codified in Title 20-49 of the City Code under standards for specific land uses. The existing massage regulations located in Chapter 6-32 are proposed to be repealed under the proposed ordinance. The key features of this include state registration, where, as we do now, we would have our massage therapist certified by CAMTech. We would add a city level of certification for the establishments, and that would allow us to register them and be able to demonstrate their compliance with the ordinance going forward. It would give us some flexibility for targeted enforcement where needed, again, without having to penalize legitimate businesses that are doing things the right way. The new ordinance will require related zoning code amendments, specifically to the land use tables, permit review procedures, and definitions, which I'll cover in the next slide. So staff is proposing the following zoning code amendments. The first of these amendments involve two land use tables, tables 2.6, 2-6, which is contained in section 20-23.030, and section 2-10, which is contained in section 20-24.030. These tables and sections establish land use and permitting requirements for the commercial and industrial zones. For Table 2-6, staff proposes to add a new classification of massage-related use as a permitted use across all of the listed zones, subject to zoning clearance and the provisions of the new Chapter 20-49. For Table 2-10, we propose a similar addition of massage-related uses as a permitted use in the BP and IL zones only, again subject to zoning clearance and the provisions of the new Chapter 20-49. Staff is also proposing amendments to allow director-level review of administrative adjustments, providing avenues of relief for certain categories of massage-related uses. Lastly, Staff is proposing 2 amendments to update zoning code definitions. Specifically, the first amendment is a new entry for massage-related use, and the second is a modification of an existing entry for business/service, which is a subsection of the office definition contained within section 20-70 by striking specific language that currently references massage therapists. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Osborne to talk about fees.
Thank you, Mr. Kurt. And I think one of the fundamental elements of enforcement of an ordinance is a permitting process that allows us to review the use against the ordinance. And in this particular case, we're referring to it as a certificate process. So massage establishments and operators are required to get a certificate. And what we really intended to do here is to reduce the fee, which is full cost, that's what you're seeing here in the proposal today, by really simplifying the process. So that it helps by reducing the staff time, it's over the counter, we can turn those around fairly quickly. So the property owner, the business establishment or operator in this particular case benefits from both a streamlined process and a reduced fee. So the total dollar amounts are a combination of proposed fees that we have shown in the exhibit attached to the resolution and existing fees that all permitting processes have to cover. And these are totals. So for a business getting a new certificate, the fee is roughly $200, which covers the staff time associated with processing that certificate. An important piece for the long-term regulation is to revisit, and that's typically why we have renewal processes. And in this particular case, we're proposing a 2-year renewal, and that renewal fee is around $150 full cost. We also are evolving our processes for very simplified processes where typically people comply with the regulation. It's very easy for us to move that. As you start getting code violations, that absorbs more staff time. So by really sort of bifurcating those two and understanding that you don't average that out, if you're triggering code violations, there's a separate fee. We've been trying to break that apart in our fee schedule, and this is an example of that. So a certificate of renewal where there are active code cases and we're working through that typically has a higher staff burden to it because it's bringing the code enforcement team in. It isn't the simplified process. So in that particular case, you see a slight rise, around $330 if active code violations are occurring. We do have an administrative adjustment process that really is identified in the code. One of the things that we really had talked about is how do we support mobile massage? And that's a very unique business type. It could be centralized in another jurisdiction, and it's simply coming into Santa Rosa to provide that. What we did is we provided an administrative adjustment process to address the unique occurrences that we learned were occurring within the industry as we started engaging with that segment of the community. And it really is a variance form. So you're not necessarily hitting the code. We take more of a use our discretion to make a finding. So the administrative adjustment has a fee of $150 if an application is triggering that. I think it's important to note that these are certification fees that as we go into inspections, and especially if we're enforcing on something that is potentially deemed to be an illicit use, we have the tools in the toolbox that are our typical code enforcement tools where they allow us to achieve cost recovery on that. And that would be an add-on to this. And one of the unique situations in this particular case is mobile massages are very difficult to inspect, and we're not requiring them to pay inspection fees. So that really reflects the total proposal at full cost recovery that we are proposing to add to our fee schedule to cover the certificate. Slide.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jones to talk about the additional zoning code amendments.
Thank you. Mayor Stott, members of the council, Jessica Jones, Deputy Director of Planning. So as mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, there is an additional add-on ordinance before you, and this is separate and distinct from the massage ordinance that you're reviewing. We recently had a project come forward that qualified as an adult entertainment business, and in reviewing our code, it came to light that we did not have a clear permitting path for adult entertainment businesses. In reviewing that, we determined we needed to make some changes to our ordinance to clearly identify what the permit process was for those types of businesses. We have regulations in our code, but it doesn't specifically state the type of permit. So it was something that we needed to bring forward as soon as we could. And again, as mentioned, when we have things like this and we've got other ordinances that are coming forward, we do try to consolidate our staff time and what comes before the council. And so we've packaged this with this item. But again, it is two distinct items. So you've got two ordinances in front of you. So I'll leave it at that and happy to answer questions when the presentation is over.
Thanks, Jessica. Moving on, we had our Planning Commission meeting last week. The item was largely well received. The public comment was generally favorable. Concerns that were made were addressed. The Planning Commission recommended a few minor adjustments. One was adding the definition of administrative adjustment to the ordinance so we could say what it was. There were two other definitions that were modified. One was certified massage therapist and one was certifying body. And those changes came about both in response to the same concern. As you probably know, CAMTech is the certifying body for massage therapists in California. They take their authority from the Business and Professions Code. Unfortunately, that Business and Professions Code section currently is set to sunset on January 1st, 2026. So out of an abundance of caution, we put a safety net in to allow us to accept other certifying bodies in the event that CAMTech does sunset. Now, I don't expect that to happen, but again, I mentioned earlier how our ordinance became misaligned with the state code, and this helps to prevent that. Should that ordinance sunset, the Business and Profession Code's ordinance sunset, we still have the ability to look to other certifying bodies until we reach a new equilibrium at the state level. The next change had to do with the hours of operation. We were proposing that the massage establishments could remain open until 10 p.m. This was based upon some sample ordinances that we were looking at during the development of the program, and in the Planning Commission meeting, that was changed to 8 p.m. rather than 10 p.m. Lastly, there were some minor errata, some scrivener's errors that we discovered at the last minute, and we just added some letters to some of the code sections. It didn't change anything in the actual ordinance. So that takes us to our recommendation, which is that the Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department recommend that the City Council introduce an ordinance to establish regulations for massage businesses, introduce a second ordinance to establish permitting requirements for adult entertainment businesses, and adopt a resolution to establish fees for massage business certification and other related services. With that concludes our presentation, and all of us here are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for all the work of that presentation. Bringing it back to council for questions. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering if we can go to Ms. Jones. You spoke about something, and when you said what you said, it all went over my head. Like, I didn't understand, practically speaking, what any of that meant. I was wondering if you could help me understand.
Sorry about that. Yes, certainly. So in our land use table in the zoning code that outlines various land uses that are allowed within the city, multitude of things are listed. Adult entertainment businesses are one of them. Within that land use table, it identifies the permitting requirements for each use within all the zones in the city. So there is a P for permitted by right, there is an MUP for a minor use permit required, a CUP for a major conditional use permit required, there can be a dash, meaning that it's not allowed at all, or we have an S, which means C specific sections of the code. For adult entertainment businesses, across all of our commercial and industrial zoning districts, it has an S, which then leads you to the adult entertainment section of our zoning code that outlines regulations for adult entertainment businesses. In that section, what it does not do is tell us what permit is required for an adult entertainment business. It says where it can be, the distances from other uses, that type of thing, but it doesn't say a use permit is required or it's permitted by right. It doesn't state anything. So in order for us to provide a path for an adult entertainment business to come into the city, we need to identify what the permit, if any, is required. So what we are proposing with this is to, in all of those commercial and industrial zoning districts where it identifies the S, to require a major conditional use permit, which means it would go before the Planning Commission for consideration.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. Is it still the case that adult entertainment businesses are not allowed in the downtown station area under the new proposed rules that you're adding?
Under the proposed, in all of our commercial districts, which would include our downtown, it would require a major conditional use permit.
But it is permissible but it has that a higher bar.
Yes,
much higher
and
bar.
currently has the S, which would lead one to believe that it is allowed under some sort of permitting.
Okay, well, I think it's great that you, brought all of this in together to reduce future challenges. I do have a question going to the massage parlors having to do with the victims of the human trafficking. I was just curious if you could expand on what plans you have to help these folks transition and how to prevent this from being a whack-a-mole. And by these folks, I mean the people who are being trafficked, not the traffickers. But the second question I have is how we're going to prevent this from being a whack-a-mole type of situation. So I'm concerned about people going to ground.
Certainly. For the question regarding the human trafficking victims and the relief we may be able to offer them, that's really beyond the purview of my involvement in this project, but I know that we have some members from the police department here who can probably speak to that. What I would like to do in response to your other question about whack-a-mole is that the way this ordinance is crafted is to make it extremely difficult for illicit businesses to continue to operate. My expectation is that of the 130 or so we saw, that the vast majority of those that are illicit will be gone. They probably won't even try to apply for an establishment permit because we've designed the ordinance to be onerous against illicit businesses, and again, while maintaining that balance to minimize the impacts against the legitimate ones. So, for example, if a business did receive an establishment permit and was acting illicitly, and we caught them and were able to document that, they would be immediately required to close. The space would not be able to be used for 2 years, that commercial space. If they were in the process of having an establishment permit revoked, they would not be able to transfer the business to someone else with a clean slate or say they were selling it. It is designed, again, specifically to get those illicit businesses out of our city.
Right. No, I have full confidence that we will be successful in our city. I'm just concerned about the victims and about the neighboring jurisdictions.
And absolutely, my name is John Krieg, and I'm happy to be able to address some of these things. And so for us, it's really important to agree with you with some of those very same concerns. So our largest detective team that we have at the police department, unfortunately, due to their call volume, is the domestic violence sexual assault team. So we have 7 detectives and 1 sergeant dedicated full-time at the Family Justice Center. That's where their offices are at, so they can work very collaboratively with our other community-based organizations, Verity, YWCA, and the list goes on. But that's one of our concerns. And so I brought with me tonight Detective Tim Raymond, who is a statewide expert on human trafficking, is something that is his second time serving in the domestic violence sexual assault team, and really focuses on, and he'll be able to outline some of the steps that we're taking. But also one of my concerns is we're going to create a model ordinance for the city of Santa Rosa, same as we did with sideshows and other things, but the problem is not going away. They're going to move to other jurisdictions. So that's where Detective Raymond and his team are working. But also we've presented, so we have a Sonoma County Chiefs Association. We meet once a month. So I presented this as our last meeting, talking about, hey, the city of Santa Rosa is moving forward quickly on this, but let's not just move them to Roner Park, to Petaluma, to other areas. So when this is, if it's adopted tonight by City Council, then we're going to forward this to all the other chiefs in the other jurisdiction and have them try to model this across Sonoma County and follow us, and then continue to work collaboratively with how do we get to some of the root causes and offering some of the services. So let me turn it over to Detective Raymond, who will dive a little deeper into those details.
Could you repeat your question about what you're looking for in terms of what kind of services are offered?
I think my concern is two-pronged. I'm wondering, one, how we outreach to the victims in the period between now and the enforcement, because my understanding it's 180 days from the second reading probably of this text, if not 180 days from today. So there's a period of time which people have to come into compliance. To my mind, that's a real significant window of opportunity to do outreach to the victims and try to help them to get to some other opportunity besides going with their trafficker to the neighboring jurisdiction. So that's one, how we support people to get out. The second is how we partner with neighboring jurisdictions to prevent the whack-a-mole of them just moving on to another one. The chief answered that question pretty well, as did Mr. Kirk. I think that there's a pretty solid plan for trying to work regionally, but I am still concerned about how we interface with the victims and work to prevent them from continuing to be trafficked.
Sure. Back in the day, when law enforcement was addressing the illicit massage businesses, law enforcement would go in and they would wait to be solicited by the victims, or when the victim started to engage in some sort of commercial sex act or negotiation for a commercial sex act, then they would trigger a bust, and then the woman would be arrested, as well as any possible operators. That's an old model, right? Because that's criminalizing victims, and we don't want any part of that anymore. So now what we tend to do is we go in with code enforcement when they're doing their inspections. And not only is Santa Rosa PD going in with code enforcement, but we're also bringing advocates from Verity, ideally bilingual advocates. And if we don't have bilingual advocates with us, then we're make sure that we have our phones ready, and we have Google Translate, and we have all sorts of AI that we can try to use to communicate with the victims. And one thing that's important is that their cooperation with law enforcement is not a requirement to getting services, right? Our primary objective is to offer services towards the victims when we're going in with code enforcement. So we want to make sure that code enforcement is safe going into these locations, because there is criminal activity going in there. And we also don't want to just cite them for code enforcement violations when people need help, right? So we go in, we bring in an advocate. They have an opportunity to speak with the advocate apart from Santa Rosa Police Department. And if they say, yes, I need services, that's great. We'll get them services. Not necessarily us, but our community partners. If they say, no, I don't want anything to do with law enforcement, that's okay too, right? Because our primary focus is, it's always going to be victim-centered moving forward. So victims are offered resources such as immediate, they can be given gift cards for food, they can be given immediate housing, well, some temporary housing. It's tough, but there are some housing resources available. There's, as I mentioned before, there's oftentimes bilingual advocates. There's sometimes relocation services offered, and then it's up to that individual if they want to accept those resources or not. But they're always given that opportunity.
I imagine it's incredibly hard to compel someone, especially somebody who may not be in this country legally, to do this. So I hope that, part of that menu of services might be a connection with legal aid. The other thing that, because a lot of the countries that provide this workforce, or not workforce, but indentured servitude force, have really challenging relationships with government and authority. I'm wondering if you're working with Verity or the Human Trafficking Task Force to conduct any outreach, which could include something as simple as flyers or the stickers that you see in the airport that are multilingual, that offer folks opportunities to create some safety outside of an interaction with an official government agent, even if it's somebody as nice as Mr. Kirk in his plain clothes. That's still probably pretty intimidating for many folks in this position.
Yes, when we go in, we do bring bilingual outreach materials. Back way before I got involved with law enforcement, I used to be the victim outreach coordinator for an anti-human trafficking agency in Washington, D.C. And so back in the day, I helped design some of those outreach materials. So we do employ those, not those same materials because times change, right? But we definitely go in to these locations with outreach materials. If they say, no, I don't want anything, okay, just take this card. And we also have like sort of nondescript cards that we can pass out so that we can say, hey, this doesn't look like this is a card for resources, but if you call this number, you can get help.
Okay, thank you so much for everything you've done for our community.
You're welcome.
Ms. Benuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had two questions. I'm not sure who all can address them, but the first one is more about the administrative side of the massage ordinance. I'm just concerned about staffing and enforcement, and do we have because I started looking at kind of all the different requirements, and there's a lot in there, and I know that's going to take a lot of time, and you've already identified possibly 130 businesses. There's probably more, and I did watch the Planning Commission the other night. Let me just preface this. So I watched most of the discussion. I didn't see the whole thing, like when they went to vote. I did not see that part, but I saw a lot of the discussion, and that's the thing that hit me was how are we going to have the staffing, whether it's in partnership with law enforcement as well as our staffing. And then the second question I had was something that you said, Mr. Kirk, around the assumption probably that the illicit businesses will not be applying for this. And right now, something I think that was said at the Planning Commission, you know, they operate in the light of day for the most part, with what was noted as red flags, the neon lights and all these closed curtains and things of that nature. So my concern is that they will go even more underground and we won't be able to discover the human trafficking and things of that nature once this goes into effect. So those were my two questions.
All right, I'll try to break those down. As far as the administration goes, most of you have heard me say before that education and outreach is the cornerstone of good code enforcement. So we've got 180 days from the effective date of the ordinance before they're required to make registration to certify their establishments. They can do so earlier, but they've got that time. We're going to make good use of that time. We're going to use outreach materials that we'll develop, mailings, site visits, and we're going to spread the word that this is coming, and we're going to help everybody we can to become a certified establishment. We're not going to make assumptions necessarily. We have some bad actors that we're aware of, but for those that we don't know, we're going to act on the assumption that they can become certified. During that process, yeah, it'll be a lift at first because there's a lot of them. My expectation is that a lot of these places will simply not pursue it. They're going to have to make sure that all of their therapists are certified by CAMTech. They're going to have to meet operational standards, design standards, hygiene standards. It's a lot. And so for someone that's operating at the fringe of legality or completely illegal, we're going to drive them away. And you're right, we're going to drive some of them underground. This is an old problem that we're dealing with, and we're not going to cure it, but we're going to try to make it better for the residents that are concerned about it. So again, the appearance is important. Being able to see inside, that discourages illicit activity. Prohibiting the neon signs, that does away with some of the stigma and it makes the neighborhood look nicer. So all of those efforts are incremental in trying to get us to where we want to be, to get a smaller core group of legitimate establishments. Once we get to that point, again, we don't want to impact them any more than we have to. When they've shown us that they're operating in compliance with our ordinance, we're not getting complaints about them, we're not seeing advertisements that are suggestive or having any other problems, we're going to try not to bother them. We want them to be able to do their business, to succeed in their chosen path. And again, if we are able to coordinate with other cities and maybe see versions of this ordinance appear in those cities, maybe we can just continue to drive that away. I hope that answers your question.
And if I can, through the chair, just very briefly, because I think that's a really important point to address the staffing impacts associated with this. Really, anytime we shift from what I refer to as reactionary code enforcement to more proactive. A reactionary is you're really waiting for a complaint and then you're addressing that complaint. And oftentimes one would think that reactionary, because the complaints are less, is less staff intensive. But oftentimes it isn't, because you're really focusing on this small amount that's generating a significant number of complaints. So shifting to more of a proactive where it's predictable. So by not getting a certification within the 180-day period, which is actually 30 days from the second reading of the ordinance would be the timeline, it becomes unlawful to operate the use. That gives us more enforcement teeth. What we've done is we've aligned the renewal processes so they all really happen around the same time frame, so we can shift our staffing resources to be able to account for it. And I think an important point is, as we go through this exercise, we won't have 130 massage operations. It will reduce down to a manageable number, and we'll have it on more of a regimented process. So I think this is how we can get away with a smaller fee. It's something that we really, because it's a health, life, safety issue, that we take seriously within the department and we prioritize from a code enforcement. And this allows us to give more bumpers and framework around it, which actually creates efficiencies and helps out with the staffing impact.
Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I noticed in the presentation that you spoke specifically about industrial and commercial zoning uses. And if I remember correctly, when we had some folks come in and speak in public comment prior to this, there was some conversations around residential use. And is there anything in there that makes sure that there's no illicit massage parlors in residential neighborhoods? Because if I remember, it was a lady that came to speak that said her children live next door to a home that is running a massage parlor. So that was one of my questions.
Certainly. Well, we have existing regulations now about home occupations and live-work and work-live uses, all of which can be out of a residential or a quasi-residential type of use. So all of those regulations still apply. What the ordinance does is it does allow, under certain circumstances, through the administrative adjustment, a massage establishment to operate as either an exempt or a non-exempt home occupation. One would be if they were just using it, say a mobile massage, just as a home office. So that's easy. That doesn't require a lot of review. If somebody wants to actually have a massage establishment within their home, that's also possible, but they have to go through some processes. They'd have to go through the planning approval, they'd have to get their home occupation certificate, then they'd have to get their administrative adjustment, and then they'd still have to comply with much of the ordinance. And again, I know that seems like a lot of hoops to jump through, but we're dealing with something happening in a home. It's not really a place of public accommodation. It's much more difficult for us to inspect, and it lends itself to illicit activity. So we're going to make sure that those extra steps are taken to minimize that. And again, we feel that if somebody has the intention to act illicitly, they're not going to be able to navigate that process.
So just to be clear, it is included in this ordinance to put the teeth in it for us to make sure that that isn't happening in residential. I just wanted to be clear on that. And then as far as just having a little bit of statistical information, how many illicit massage parlors have we been able to find because of code enforcement? Do you have any numbers on that?
I'm going to defer to my senior code enforcement officer, Daniela DeBaca.
Good evening. Could you repeat that question?
Sure. I just was wondering how many illicit massage parlors have we been able to find through code enforcement?
Okay. So through code enforcement, currently the way we've been able to work is that we are complaint based. Okay. So based on the complaints, we currently have 18 cases. And of those 18 cases, I currently have 6 active investigations that are in various forms of enforcement at this point.
Okay. Thank you so much. And then is there a specific number that they call when they, like a hotline, or is there a way for the community to tip off code enforcement that they believe this is happening, or do they call 911, or how does that process go, just for the sake of this conversation?
There's a number of ways those can come to our attention, much as any other case does now. They can come in through our portal, through the city website. They can call us, they can write us, they can email us. The police department will also take complaints in through their own processes, because we do coordinate closely on these. So if one of us receives one, we're going to share that information and act together on it. But there's it's easy to make a complaint here.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for all your work on this as well.
Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair or the city manager, if I could ask the chief and the detective some questions. Having seen this before, Public Safety Subcommittee, I think that there's maybe some important context on the historical aspect of enforcing against illicit massage businesses, the change in attitude, specifically victimizing the victims, and to the point of going to ground, the interconnectedness where if you raid one, others will lock up so that they don't get raided. If you could go into a little bit more detail about that, I think that would help our decision making.
So you're absolutely right. When we start to go into some locations, say we start on the west side, if we go in with code enforcement to some locations, by the time we get to the east side, they're already shut down. They're not answering the door for us, right? So that's a very real experience that we have. The second part of your question was
the change in attitude. So, you know, we used to, our police department used to do stings on illicit massage businesses, and now there's the attitude that we shouldn't be victimizing the victims, right? So can you go into a little bit further with that and why we're going to the code enforcement versus the law enforcement route?
Well, and I wouldn't say it's code enforcement versus law enforcement. I feel like law enforcement has changed. Law enforcement is evolving. Back in 2020, prior to 2020, there was no federal or state statutes regarding human trafficking, right? So there were some laws, but there wasn't a human trafficking violation until the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, right? So what did I say 2020? I meant 2000. Excuse me. So 2000 started that change, right? And then eventually California created their own human trafficking laws, and which we enforce as law enforcement. So it's not code enforcement versus law enforcement. It's law enforcement adapting to the change of tides, right? And recognizing that the women in these situations they are being exploited, and they do need support and services. So it's an evolution, as much of life is, right? And now when we go in, I mentioned before, like the women who are working there, and generally it's women, but the women working there don't have to participate in a criminal investigation to receive services. But we are certainly welcome. We certainly welcome their statements, and we welcome their cooperation. If they do want to participate with law enforcement, we will open up a criminal investigation. So it is not code enforcement versus law enforcement, it's conjunction.
But to your point, council member, there's been a cultural switch in law enforcement, and really our culture here at the police department is doing exactly what you're saying. Like, let's focus in getting these victims support and not going out and doing misdemeanor citations, which really accomplish little to nothing with it. So we really have made like a cultural switch within our organization, really focused on getting the victims of human trafficking the resources, and then shutting down some of the operations that are being used. And we're seeing this even in Santa Rosa with one illicit owner owning multiple, not only throughout the city, but throughout the region. And that's what we really want to focus on, is those like that, and saying, we're not going to allow that in Santa Rosa, and we're going to work with our neighboring agencies across Sonoma County and really in the Bay Area to bring these matching resources. Thank you, I appreciate it. And I appreciate the correction. I wasn't trying to say code enforcement versus law enforcement, but I think it's a joint effort to combat this in a manner that does not victimize the victims, and that you know, we can't solve every issue perfectly, but I think to your point with the context, that this is the best manner in which we can, as a city, address this without taking advantage of people that have already in inhumane scenarios.
Absolutely.
And if I can just add on to what the chief said, when we're looking at enforcement, we're enforcing establishments. We're not enforcing the personnel. If a therapist isn't licensed, we're not citing the therapist. That's a violation against the establishment. We have, in the ordinance, we have categories of violations. One category is gross violations. If we find a single instance of human trafficking or prostitution or something like that, a single instance, that shuts down the establishment permanently. Well, for at least 2 years. They can reapply, but they'd have to wait 2 years. So again, the ordinance is geared towards maximum enforcement on the illicit uses and a balanced approach to support the legitimate business community.
Any other questions from council? All right, let's open the public hearing. We are now ready to take public comment. Curtis Bennett, you are appropriately up first.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, and council members. My name is Curtis Bennett. It's been a year and 2 weeks since a group of concerned citizens met at the downtown library to discuss our concerns about illicit massage businesses, IMBs, in Santa Rosa. During that meeting, subject matter experts from the California Massage Therapy Council, the CAMTC, spoke about the well-established connection between IMBs, organized crime, and human trafficking. Based on that meeting, under the leadership of the City Council, the Planning Department collaborated with the CAMTC to thoughtfully address the issue, balancing legal action against IMBs while safeguarding the livelihood of certified massage professionals that provide a valuable therapeutic benefit to the public. The end result of this work is the proposed ordinance before us today. I urge you to vote yes and adopt the ordinance. Adoption of this ordinance will disrupt organized criminal enterprises that are currently engaging in human trafficking in our community. As a result, trafficking victims will be offered assistance, criminals will be held accountable, and the social fabric of our community will be strengthened. In closing, Mayor, staff, and council members, the Santa Rosa Police Department, the Planning Department, Code enforcement professionals, Verity, CAMTC, the Press Democrat, and the others I'm forgetting, thank you for doing your part in making today a reality. The work you do stands to change lives and is sincerely appreciated by many. Thank you very much. And the good news is, Mayor, staff, and the rest of the council, you'll get less emails from me in the future. So that's good. So I appreciate it. You're wonderful, and thanks for making these changes.
Thank you, Curtis. Patrick Murray and then Mark Dixon. And we do have two podiums. So, Mark, if you want to wait at the other podium, we can save a little time.
Okay, that's a tough act to follow, but if you have not read the proposed ordinance, I would encourage everyone to read it. It's kind of long, it's 30 pages, there's a little bit of legalese, but it's really quite an extraordinary document, and I think it's the culmination, going back to over a year now, of concerned citizenship. Hats off to Curtis. I mean, I don't know what community he came from, but their loss is our gain. It's been really extraordinary. One thing that really struck me with the proposed ordinance is how the writers were able to separate not only the legitimate massage people, but education, people in education, schools, doctors, healthcare providers, so they don't get caught up in the grind of trying to address a problem and not hurt the people that shouldn't be hurt. So it's quite a wonderful document. My hat's off to everybody that had any input in it. I know City Council, administration, the police department, the community. It's very gratifying to see things moving in the right direction for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. We'll go to Mark, and then it's Lori Fong and Brad Childs. Mark, the floor is yours. Welcome to town.
Thank you very much. Mayor, staff, and members of the council, City Manager Smith and Chief Cregan, good evening. I'm Mark Dixon, Chair of the California Massage Therapy Council. CMTC is a public benefit organization with the mission to protect the public by implementing voluntary statewide certification for massage professionals and approval of schooling that meets the requirements of the state law. For nearly 40 years as an activist in the massage profession, I have partnered with city councils and county boards, planning commissions, the legislature, law enforcement, trade associations, and other activists to protect the public and uplift the profession. And now and again, a confluence of enthusiasm, talent, hard work, and persistence gathers the right people at the right time to make a meaningful and positive difference in the community and in the profession. It does not produce perfection, but it does mean a greater understanding of the profession and the role it plays in the everyday lives of real people. Such a confluence is occurring right now in Santa Rosa. We appreciate the city and its CMTC certified massage professionals. Both deserve to be treated with respect. So to the City Council, the Planning Commission, to the activists who work so hard to respond to the interests of the residents of Santa Rosa, and that includes Curtis Bennett, thank you. CMTC has worked closely with Santa Rosa by providing background and perspective. We are united in wanting a massage profession that can be relied upon to safely provide health care and relaxation services. It's a matter of record that massage therapy is mainstreamed in our society and listed in California's statutes as a prominent healthcare profession. We agree with you that the massage therapy should never be characterized as adult entertainment. CMTC certification makes it clear that professional education and training are paramount. We have been at the genesis of the development of Santa Rosa's new ordinance, and we applaud you for your commitment to the eradication of interests that threaten the safety of the public and the dignity of the profession by using massage as a subterfuge for human trafficking. We have provided best procedures, which include background checks of non-certified owners and clear lists of violations. These updated practices will provide real tools for Santa Rosa in advancing massage therapy. We encourage the city to be mindful that there are many busy residents who depend upon massage therapy to address pain and health issues whose schedule does not allow them to book appointments before 8 p.m. So perhaps the case can be made to allow them to book to start as late as 8:30 p.m. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Santa Rosa deserves credit for taking firm action as we move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Ms. Fong and then Mr. Childs.
Mayor Stapp, council members, thank you so much. Curtis, thank you so much. I have a lot of things to say. I don't think they're very connected, but when we know that marginalized people victimize other marginalized people, the work that you've done, the careful work that you've done, Mr. Kirk, Ms. Jones, Mr. Osborne, Detective Raymond, this is really great work for the people of Santa Rosa. And Councilwoman Fleming, I agree completely. Whack-a-mole, you know, and I heard you talk about that you're going to be working with our other municipalities. I mean, they should be watching this as a case study, and that we should be an entire county, an entire region, because whack-a-mole, these people are mobile, they're going to be going everywhere. And I heard from Chief Cragen that 3 people were rescued, but that 40 turned it down. And so these are women that are marginalized, that are victimized, and I think 93% of them are from China. And so when we look at the climate right now with ICE, what happens to these people? And we're also worried about the legitimate owners and Homeland Security and ICE, what happens? And so I think the underground part, even for the legitimate people, I think there's a lot of fear there. But I also trust that Chief Cragen and Planning Commission, our City Council Mayor, that you have that kind of sensitivity, and I appreciate it. I thank you. You know, as a community, we have to speak up for those who cannot speak up for themselves. And when we're thinking about those people who are existing on the very margins of the economic security, whether they're massage therapists, have massage businesses, or are looking for a way out of extreme poverty or other political oppression or other oppression in other countries, and they come here, how do we represent the very best of America, the very best that we have to offer in Sonoma County and in Santa Rosa? So I want to say again that I'm grateful and I'm proud of all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori. Mr. Childs.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm just wanted to tell you that I was approached by Curtis a while ago about assisting with this information about the massage parlors. And I don't know whether you know this or not, but there is such a thing called a fictitious business name that a business has to file with the county clerk's office of Sonoma County. All entities doing business in the county have to file this document. It's good for 5 years from the date of filing. Compliance is not enforced by the county. When Curtis approached me, I took a lot of the names of the massage parlors and went to the office to do research. And what I found was there were a few of the massage parlors that were not in compliance. Their licenses had expired, but the county doesn't enforce anything, and they didn't know whether anyone else did. I also was curious to know who the owners were of the parlors and their addresses. And as of January 1st of last year, 2024, those doing business and filing these statements need only provide the business address, not their personal addresses. And apparently there were privacy concerns, imagine. But it's so important to know that information and resources are available to you, to me, to just contact other offices, to just call and ask a question. Who owns this building? Who owns the business? How long have they been in business? It's very, very simple to find out. And I want to thank you for coming to this day and coming to this conclusion. After all the work that Curtis has been doing, I'm really very excited about this. And Councilmember McDonald, I live down the street from the woman who said that her kids had seen the people coming in and out of the parlor. And I live near Curtis. We live near 4 massage parlors. And I don't know whether they're legitimate or not. I hope that they are. And I just want to thank you for your work on this. And I also want to say that tonight has been a feel-good night because I got to see some of the people from the Parks Division. I used to volunteer at Doyle Park to clean it for 3 years after the homeless population was evicted from there, and got to know a number of the people. Also, I was very excited to see all of the housing that's being developed in the city because my background was property management of subsidized housing and helping these people. So it was a very, very fulfilling evening.
Thank you, Mr. Childs. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for a motion and final comments. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I'd prefer to wait since there's 3 motions.
Then we'll do final comments first. Final comments, Ms. McDonald?
I just want to say thank you to staff for doing work on this. And I know that a year and a couple of months seems like a really long time to get something like this in place, but in governance, it's actually quite fast. So I want to say thank you for the extreme amount of time that the Public Safety Committee did, that law enforcement did to work with code enforcement to make sure that our most vulnerable members of our community, no matter how they were brought here, are going to be protected. And whatever we can do as far as ordinances go to put some teeth into things so that that happens, I just want to say thank you. We know that sex trafficking in areas of tourism specifically become more prevalent. And so I want to thank Jan Blaylock, who's also in the audience. I was on the Commission on the Status of Women with her, and we did a lot of work around sex trafficking to understand how that works in communities like ours. And so I think just seeing this come forward, seeing all of the documents, the 30 pages of really thoughtful presentation tonight of what's in there is something I really, really appreciate. And I do want to say thank you to Curtis for bringing this forward. He has inundated us with lots of emails, and I read all of them so that we were aware that this was being brought forward in a timely manner. So I love this quote from Margaret Mead, and I think it's very, very perfect for tonight, but it states, "Never underestimate the power of a small group of people that are committed to change the world. In fact, it is the only thing that ever has." So that goes back to the community members that spoke out to City Council and to our staff. Thank you for bringing this forward to protect our vulnerable community members that are out there being trafficked. Thank you.
Ms. Fleming?
My sentiments largely echo Councilmember McDonald's really eloquent statement. I've served on the City Council for over 6 years now, and I'd say this is one of the top 5 or so ordinances, or I don't know if it's technically an ordinance, but because I don't have the item. But the point is that it's an incredibly important item for so many different reasons, because it's an issue for our residents' quality of life. Every morning I walk my daughter past multiple massage parlors, ones that I suspect to be illegal or illicit, by 4th Street. And, it's just an unpleasant nuisance in the neighborhood. But on a more profound level, there's incredible human suffering going on in this process. And it's not, frankly, just limited to massage parlors. I see human trafficking on the Safeway on 4th Street, or what I suspect to be where people are panhandling in pretty good condition year after year, or selling strawberries. And human trafficking is a scourge upon humanity, and is something that, that Jan Blaylock has been working on, that I have always had a real interest in preventing. So I just want to thank our police department, our code enforcement, our planning department, Curtis, Lori, Janice, for all coming out here today, and for your long and thoughtful work, that you can have the industry and the community in agreement, and have the council give you relatively few, if any, pointers in a different direction, is a real testament to the depth of work you've done. You ought to be really proud of this, and I look forward to seeing our community and the people who are living in these facilities get some relief in the future.
Before we go to Mr. Krupke to make the motion, I'll just underline what my colleague said. I think my colleagues have emphasized exactly how important this ordinance is, not just with respect to the human trafficking and trying to stamp that out in our community, but just from a general protection of our neighborhoods. And the citizens who stepped up, the residents who stepped up to highlight this issue for the city, for us here on the dais, we can't thank you enough. It's been a lot of work on your part, a lot of persistence on your part. I think it should be remembered that the first meeting was actually Valentine's Day evening. And yet, in spite of that, you still managed to pack out a room in the library with 60-some people, which really testified to how much the community was paying attention to this. So, on behalf of the city, thank you so much for all your effort. It is a pleasure to be voting on this ordinance tonight. And with that, I'll turn it to Mr. Krupke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my comments are in line with what my colleagues have already said. It's very rare that a city council can enact change to combat human trafficking. That seems like such a larger issue and something that is hard to grasp for just a city to do, but we are able to do that here, and I think that's a phenomenal thing. I've heard my colleagues' concerns about whack-a-mole, and with all due respect, Chief, I'll do you one better. You can send it to the chiefs, but I will make a promise to my colleagues. I will, as soon as this meeting's over, I will text the chair of the Sonoma County Mayors and Council Members Association to see if you would like to see a presentation on this at one of the next meetings. I would encourage all of you to reach out to your colleagues in other jurisdictions and the supervisors that represent your districts to get them to do the same thing. We are going to lead the way on this, and if we're going to actually lead the way, somebody has to follow, and it's incumbent upon us to get people to follow our lead. Lastly, I'll say that I'm sure, like most of my colleagues, when people talk to us about being a city council member, they go, and then they find out it's not a full-time job, at least in pay. They say, well, why do you do it? Do you like it? Is it fun? And I always tell them, I say, hey, sometimes people during public comment will say random things that make no sense and are not based in reality. But then you see something like this where you have community members that bring forward a problem that they are concerned about. They partner with planning, code enforcement, the city attorney's office to review it, police, so many other departments, and then it comes to us before policy, planning commissioners, all of that, and it's a beautiful thing. Local government is a fantastic thing to be a part of because of this. You get to see change affected to those around you, those you care about, and the city you love. And so I'm very proud of our city to be able to do this tonight in such a collaborative manner with with just about every department in the city taking part in it. And so I want to recognize the work that all of you have done, and it's a phenomenal thing to be able to put forward these motions, 2 ordinances, so you were right, and 1 resolution. So first I'll say I'll move to introduce an ordinance entitled Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 6 and Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code by repealing Chapter 6-32 entitled Massage Therapy, Massage Business or Establishment in its entirety, adding a new Chapter 20-49 entitled Massage Regulation and Massage Establishment Registration, amending Sections 20-23.03 and 20.24.030 regarding permitting requirements for massage-related uses, amending sections 20.50.02 or -50.020A, 20-52.060 and 20-62.030B2 by adding administrative adjustment provisions and amending section 20.70.020 regarding definitions of massage-related uses and business services uses, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Can you clarify who made the second?
Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 7 affirmative votes.
All right. I will now move to introduce an ordinance entitled Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to amend sections 20.23.030 and 20-24.030 regarding requirements for adult entertainment business and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, with, again, Ms. Fleming being the second.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 7 affirmative votes.
And just for clarification, is it just the 2 ordinances or is there a resolution as well?
There is a resolution. Let me
Okay.
pop the language in for you one moment.
Thank you. Because it is not in here.
You should see it on your device now.
Got it. Thank you very much. I will now move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa establishing fees for the processing and administration of massage establishment certifications, renewals, administrative adjustments, and inspections.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
Ready for the vote whenever you are.
I'm waiting on technology. One moment. Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you again to our staff. Thank you, community. This was a big deal tonight. And with that, we're going to go backwards to item 15.1, our report, our annual Police Department Military Equipment Report. Chief Cregan?
Right. Good evening, Mayor Stapp and members of council. I'm John Cregan, our Chief of Police here in the city of Santa Rosa. And tonight we're going to go over the Assembly Bill 481, the police militarization. This is going to present our annual report from 2024. And we're going to be highlighting 3 distinct things. We're going to be highlighting the equipment that we have in our possession that falls under these categories, under the statewide police militarization, the times that we use that equipment in 2024, and then outlining any requests that we have for future equipment for purchases for this year. And really another focus that we want to be able to do is present how we're cautiously using this equipment, our policies, and be able to answer any questions on that, and how at the end of the day we're using this equipment for the protection of our community, but for every one of the 184 police officers at the Santa Rosa Police Department. And I'm joined by one of our experts that we have with our police department tonight, Lieutenant Christopher Mahurin, and he's our tactical commander, meaning that he oversees our SWAT team and our hostage negotiations team and helps utilize and keep track of all this equipment, and he's going to present our report tonight. We'll both be available for questions.
Good evening. Like the chief said, my name is Chris Mahurin. I'm a lieutenant with the police department. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and city staff. Like the chief said, I am overseeing the tactical teams, the SWAT teams, the crisis negotiators, as well as our drone operators. Just a slight bit of history, I was never actually a SWAT operator, but I actually come from the negotiation side of things. So de-escalation is actually my skill set, and now overseeing all the operations of our tactical teams has been a nice ability for me to bring back my skill sets of de-escalation, time and distance, and working through our SWAT operators who are very skilled at what they do. So tonight we're going to present you the 481 report from the Assembly bill. Like the chief said, our goal is to kind of really be here to answer any questions for you, but specifically about the equipment we have, the equipment we look to purchase potentially in the future, at least get authorization for, how we've used these tools in the last year, and what tools we anticipate using in the future as well, and then answering any questions you have, which to me is going to be the most significant portion of that presentation. So as you can see on the screen, I'm going to kind of go through this PowerPoint fairly quickly. We are required every year to come back to City Council to discuss the items that we did use in the prior year, and then the items we intend to purchase over in the next year, or potentially ask for authorization that we would need to get. This report you're going to see is going to be specifically from the beginning of 2024 to December 31st of 2024. This next slide just goes over the requirements that we have to do with Assembly Bill 481. It just talks about the fact that we have to have a public meeting after the report has been published online, and then we have another meeting and presentation in front of City Council, which we're doing now as well. We're seeking to get approval of the policy and the ordinance, as well as prepare the annual report, and just some of the information you have on there is kind of what we already discussed and why we're doing it, but basically going over the equipment used, maintained, and the maintenance uses and the cost, the quantity we currently possess, the internal audits from what we have, any input from the community that we receive, and then the request for acquisition of funds associated with military equipment in the future. AB 481 talks about the 15 different categories of equipment that fall under that law. Currently, the police department only uses 8 of those associated with that. Some of the things on the report, if you've already seen it, are things that are actually in the process of being decommissioned and aren't even being used, but we kept them on this final year report to be transparent so council can see what we technically have, but also know our plan to get rid of equipment that we no longer need and is unnecessary for us. This is just some of the types of equipment that we do have. We're going to go over these a little more in detail as we move through the presentation. The first thing we're going to talk about are called projectile launchers. These allow us to use chemical agents or kinetic energy projectiles from a distance. So a lot of what these things are similar related to what you can see in this next slide are these 40mm launchers and that blue foam round in it there. These are less lethal rounds that we use to help de-escalate situations with people that may be going through a crisis or that are being violent or possess a weapon. They also help us to keep a distance when we're trying to negotiate with someone to get them to surrender peacefully or help them to get the resources that they need. We have specific launchers that do this, that cannot launch anything that would be of a lethal method, so you can't put any sort of ammunition or anything to this. This only does these less lethal projectiles that would be able to go through there. And this gets us from a greater distance to be able to maybe disarm someone or be able to distract them to use other methods to get them into custody without using an increased level of force. These specific items genuinely actually reduce our more significant uses of force, whether that's a canine or even lethal uses of force like a firearm as well. Over the last year, we did not use any of these 40s against another individual. We did use them on a couple of instances where someone was barricaded in a vehicle, and we used these projectiles to actually break a window in the vehicle so we can actually negotiate better with them to actually create a safe resolution that did not actually cause us to use any force in those. So these are also used as ways for us to engage and increase our level of communication and gain attention to people we want to surrender or to peacefully. Again, this is just a photograph of that as well. The next thing I'm going to show you is our chemical munitions and our other devices that are helping to distract and be able to go forward and actually resolve situations safely. A couple of those are commonly known as flashbangs. Only our SWAT operators are allowed to use those. Those are oftentimes used when someone is barricaded inside of a building, either with a hostage or usually with some sort of weapon or threat of violence. We're able to insert one of these flashbangs into a location, causing a distraction for the individual, and usually be able to take them into custody without additional force being used. It provides us an opportunity for our SWAT operators to get the upper hand in that moment and cause a distraction that just disorients the individual briefly in that amount of time. Additionally, we have several different kinds of chemical agents that our SWAT teams as well as our mobile field force operators are authorized to use. We have various levels of our chemical agents because it helps us to be able to decide what level of chemical agent we need to be able to use. For example, we have some that we can introduce into an environment, whether it's a vehicle or a residence. Some are for outdoors as well, with the goal of being a slower exposure rate to that chemical to be an irritant to get them to voluntarily comply and exit their vehicle or where they've barricaded themselves. When they've escalated that situation and they potentially have more violence or more opportunity to become violent towards officers or the community or may have a hostage, we have other forms of chemical agents that disperse more gas into that same space, so we're able to actually force them, so to speak, to exit because it becomes so uncomfortable for them. For example, this last year, we used three different incidents. We were able to use chemical agents of varying degrees to be able to get suspects to comply safely without using any additional force. And the first one, we were able to use chemical agents introduced during a high-risk SWAT search warrant where the individual had committed a homicide, I believe. Prior to that, we had tracked him down to a hotel. We're able to use a minor use of the gas to try and gain entry and compliance in that incident. Another one, a suspect had threatened violence with a knife at a business to an employee, terrifying that employee and then threatening to bomb the store later. That suspect then barricaded himself in an apartment complex in his own apartment, refused to come out and threatened violence by firearm several times. We were able to use drones to keep an eye from the window, paying attention to where his movements were, and then ultimately we introduced a larger use of gas to actually force him out. As soon as gas was introduced, that suspect immediately fled out, followed commands by our SWAT operators, was taken into custody, again, without any use of force. And the third use of that was a smaller one. It was a CS gas, which is very similar to pepper spray. It just comes up from like a ball that we threw into the car. It caused the distraction of the driver who had just attempted to run over a police officer and committed a vehicle pursuit and was now refusing to comply. That gas was used as an irritant. That suspect then did not like that irritant because it was bothering his eyes, his congestive system, or his sinus system, and officers were able to actually just take him by the arms and remove him from the vehicle without additional force. All three of those incidents involved us not using any more force that was necessary other than the gas deployments in each of those. This is just an example of the different kinds of gases that we do offer, all of those I just went over. You're going to see a command and control vehicle. It's a RV, basically. It does have a lot of capabilities for us to be able to negotiate with our crisis negotiators. We have a dispatch center in there as well, but it is kind of outdated. We don't use it very often. It's very cumbersome. It requires a specialty license to be able to even drive the vehicle. So we've actually replaced that. We've just took possession of that new vehicle I'll show you in a second last month. Our goal is to actually remove this from our fleet within this year, so you probably will not see this on our report next year. This is our new crisis negotiation or crisis hostage vehicle that we're using in a command post. So what this vehicle actually does is on the inside, it has an operations ability to negotiate with anyone who's going through a crisis or is a suspect or we're doing a search warrant. This vehicle would come out so our negotiators can effectively communicate with that individual in a quiet, secure place, usually somewhere between 3/4 to a mile away, giving our negotiators pure safety. On the outside of it, you're going to see a television screen right there as well. This is going to allow us to, our command post, so me and the tactical commander on an incident, whether it's a search warrant or other significant incident, when we have our drones in the air, I'll be able to actually monitor exactly what's happening in the field and not just rely on what SWAT operators or field staff are saying. We'll get real-time information brought to our command post, so we'll be able to make real-time decisions with real information with no actual delay involved in that as well. The long-range acoustic device, this has been in front of council before. This is an item that's primarily used through SWAT. It can also be used by our mobile field force team. But the main purpose of this is to actually provide loud announcements, to give people a warning about information. So it's used primarily when we do search warrants. Before we even make any attempt to usually go inside of the residence, our SWAT operators will have this on the outside of our armored rescue vehicle, and they will make notifications loudly, and this goes directed location. So if we're right in front of the house, it will hit that house. It doesn't actually deal with many of the side houses, so it's not causing as much of an interruption in our communities. But the really big benefit of this is you can hear this when it's pointed in your direction for a far distance. So when we're telling someone we have a felony warrant for your arrest, this is the police department, come out, no force will be used, we gain a lot of compliance with that, and that's primarily what it's used for. We have the ability also to use this when we have these natural disasters, in particular like we're seeing these atmospheric rivers, when we can go through a neighborhood if need be and warn people, hey, the creek may be flooding, please exit your home. There's maybe wildfires coming, please exit your home immediately. This helps us to disperse information much more quickly to use our resources more effectively. Specialty firearms and munitions are also required to be released in this report. Primarily the things that they're talking about in this section is just when we use sniper rifles, we do have them in rifles. Those rifles, ammunition for those has to be approved by council for us to purchase those munitions as well, so that's going to be on here. We also have cartridges that are associated with the deployment of gas. So similar to what you saw in the opening slide with that black looking firearm that only shoots the blue tips, we can actually disperse gas that same way. So instead of having to run up to a window of a residence, which would be very unsafe with a subject with a gun, and throw a canister of gas in there, we can actually deploy it from a distance, giving our officers time and distance to be able to deploy that to get someone to come out voluntarily without moving personnel forward and maybe increasing the likelihood of force occurring. So you're going to see a couple of examples of those rifles as well. The armored rescue vehicle. This is when it was snowing here in Santa Rosa. No, this is one of the initial pictures that we had. So this picture is the armored rescue vehicle. It's a wonderful tool that we have for our community. What it's really used for is when there's an active threat to our community or our officers, or a high-risk search warrant where our SWAT team is activated to be able to go take someone into custody. There are no fixed firearms or weapons on this vehicle at all. Regularly when we bring this up to community engagement events, nothing has to be taken off of the vehicle for young kids, parents, or anyone to go in and see exactly the tools that we're using. There's nothing affixed to this vehicle that would equate it to be unsafe or weaponized in any manner. We do use this on all high-risk search warrants because what this does is allows us to actually get closer to a suspect's house, to be able to put that long-range acoustic device in the front and be able to communicate effectively with a suspect to get them to comply with directions. We also use this vehicle several times now, unfortunately, when we had some floods, I believe, over in Natomas and that general area, or Takava, those general areas. We've actually brought this vehicle out there and rescued people out of rising waters as well. It is very good for that kind of service. The other thing is all of our officers are trained to drive this vehicle, even our patrol officers. So if there was an active shooter threat in our community, with an officer who's already at the station, maybe report writing, here's that active shooter call, go out, they actually jump in this vehicle, which is housed at our police department, and can drive that directly to where that threat is to be able to quickly get people to safety. And if we had victims, we can pull them out by using this vehicle, or we can use this vehicle as cover as we're trying to get closer to be able to negotiate and get someone to safely surrender themselves. We do have a couple of breaching apparatuses. Two of them are, one is using these munitions. What this munition does is for a shotgun that would go into, it's a specialty shotgun, a breaching shotgun that only our SWAT operators use. They would use this munition, put it up next to where the locking mechanism on the door is, release the munition, and that would take off the locking mechanism, making it easier for us to get into a residence or wherever we needed to pursuant to a search warrant. Additionally, we have a kinetic breaching tool. This is actually pretty amazing. It's the same exact thing as the breaching shotgun, except what we do is we put that front part where you can see where it's a little flattened up against the door jamb, and it just shoots a mechanism that fires up and back, so it doesn't actually shoot a projectile, and it breaks the locking mechanism as well, allowing us to be able to get into a residence if need be for either a rescue or for a search warrant when a suspect fails to comply and we need to get inside of a residence. We also have old school standards of just battering rams that will help us get through doors as well. Those tend to cause more injuries to officers than they're worth at times, but they're still old school things, and these tools exist for more high-risk things. Our unmanned aerial and ground systems, we have several different kinds of drones that we currently use within the police department. We do also have a robot that is only used by our SWAT operators. In a lot of cases, that robot has been replaced by a lot of the drone usage that we've been having. The main drones that we do have that are used on a regular basis are one, an Autel Avo 2, I believe. That one is the one that has infrared and lights on it. So when we have missing people, especially youth or seniors, these can help us light up areas. So if we go out to Oakmont, for example, and someone's walked away, we can put this in the air and be able to check for heat signatures and be able to find folks as well. On several examples at nighttime, our officers have been able to use these drones to de-escalate situations that wouldn't normally have been able to easily to identify as de-escalation opportunities. For example, we had a suspect who was fleeing the police, crashed into a business, and was not following or complying with commands that they ought to exit the vehicle. Traditional means could have meant that we would have went up not knowing what was existing in that car, or we could have sent a dog, or there could have been other things that would have been an increased use of force. We're actually able to put drones up now, light up the vehicle from the outside, see exactly what's happening in real time, and in that specific incident, that suspect who had fled from the police actually had a firearm sitting on the passenger seat. But more importantly, to be honest with you, beyond the safety risk, he was actually pinned in the vehicle because of the collision. So he wasn't intentionally not complying with officers, he couldn't comply. So now that we have this real-time information because of these drones, we're able to switch up the way we actually handle that call and actually go into a little bit more of a medical aid with keeping safety at the forefront because we know that gun's next to him, but it changes the tactics that we do as opposed to just saying, hey, we're going to use force because you're not listening. Now we actually have more eyes and more real-time information to help out with that. The bottom photo of the gray drone, these are these newer drones to our fleet. What these do are helping with the interior, so especially when SWAT is going into a residence, when everyone they believe has complied and come out, we can actually send these drones in to get an idea if there's still anybody in the house as well. We can also use these drones if we have like a building that's broken into. They help us go in there at night. They do have lights on them, so we actually don't have to send officers or dogs into these buildings to see if maybe there's just someone who broke in to sleep. They're not actually having force. We can actually find out what's happening in there. Or if there's a suspect hiding in there, now we know we have a barricade and how that's going to look as well. The other great things about these drones is they're actually really good for low foliage areas like creek trails, and we have lots of those in the city. These can fly up and down the creek trails pretty quickly, helping us look for missing people or suspects as well. You can find all of our policies associated with use of force, as well as this report, and as well as anything associated with 481 at this website. Anyone who has concerns can also reach out to us at ab481@srcity.org, and those emails are usually monitored fairly quickly, and responses are done pretty quickly. The goal of this is to hopefully have City Council approve the report and the resolution associated with it. Our goal is to say when you see the report, and if you've already reviewed it, it does talk about what we're looking to potentially purchase in 2025. It is not a guarantee we are going to purchase. We're not asking for additional funding to purchase these things. This is just merely giving us the authorization, which is required by state law, to look into purchasing them, and whether that's through grants or other opportunities to be able to do that. That's the goal of the report, is to merely just give you an idea of what we need, why we need it, and what we used. You're not approving the authorization to say, hey, Chief, go ahead tomorrow, buy all those things, I'm going to give you the money to go along with it. It's just giving us the opportunity to look for funding to be able to do that as well. If you do not approve this resolution, we will not be able to buy any of the items that are on there, which includes ammunition for a lot of the tactical situations that we need, which we do go through primarily through training, but that's part of the reason you're approving, ideally and hopefully, this report itself. I know I kind of went through that kind of quickly, but I really want to get more to your questions and see if there was anything associated.
Thanks to you both for a thorough and professional report as always. Bringing it back to council for questions. Ms. Benuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering, so I was looking back at the staff report, and so I guess a point of clarification. So if you have approval, you'll be able to look into purchasing these items. I think you were just saying.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
could look. And then if you decided to purchase something, would that come back to the council at that point, or is that already budgeted?
Yeah,
I guess that's
the purchase itself, if we had the funding for it within our budget, would we be able to make that purchase? But that new item would be on the 2025 report. So you would see that exactly what we purchased the following year.
Oh, okay. And then there's something else in the report that talks about the fact that the items, I guess, that you currently have, that it says none of the items for the, and this is on page 2, just what I'm looking at, none of the items the Santa Rosa Police Department possesses have been obtained from the military. Does that mean directly or
Correct. There's a 1033 exchange. That's a program with the federal government that you can take in military equipment at a discounted rate. We do not do any of that. We have not participated in that. The city, I believe, also doesn't allow for us to do that. Other city jurisdictions have done that, but none of our equipment are actually from the military. So for example, our armored rescue vehicle, if you brought that to actually like a war zone in the military, they would laugh at that vehicle, but this is not equipped for doing what you need it to do. This is built for jurisdictions like police departments and things like that. The state legislature just mandates what umbrella that goes under. That's why we include all that in here, but we currently do not have anything that's been used in the military and now has been now using for the police department.
Okay, so thank you for that. So then, and then you mentioned earlier in your report that there have only been a few instances where you've had to use some of these items. And it didn't sound like very much. It just sounded like there were just a couple of instances over the last year.
Yes.
Right? How many, just generally, I guess, how many times altogether do you think that you've had to use any of this type of equipment over the last year? I know you mentioned like...
Sure. So I can think off the top of my head, we've only used, during one incident in Petaluma, we did use the blue tip rounds one time. It was on the Petaluma incident where the suspect had just committed a homicide, refused to come out. As we made entry into the hotel, he still had a firearm on his lap. We did use it at that point one time to gain that person into custody who had a firearm. That was the only time we used that year. We used gas 3 times, one on the suspect who threatened to bomb a local business, the same individual from the Petaluma incident, and one more time a pepper spray, like a pepper spray little ball that we used. That was used on the incident where the suspect fled from the police, tried to run over a police officer, and refused to come out of a vehicle. But no additional force was used after gas was deployed in any of those incidents.
Yeah, and one important clarification on there too is just because these 40 millimeters, and because we're very strict about limiting the use, but having them available for our staff is so crucial. There's so many times just having this as a tool in the scene is quite frankly an alternative to lethal force with it, and that's what's so really important for me. And that's something that within the culture of our organization, we're working to really be able to change where you see some of the national standards. And something that I'm really proud about, the Santa Rosa Police Department goes to by far the highest call volume of any agency here in the North Bay and even Northern California with it. The last time that a Santa Rosa police officer has shot an individual was 2017. That's remarkable when you see the violence on our streets, when you see 390 illegal firearms seized off the streets of Santa Rosa specifically last year. And that's not by accident. That's by hiring the right staff, by incredible training, and then really putting great supervisors in the field who are managing these incidents. And these tools are very important for them to be able to manage these situations and really be able to have a focus on less lethal technology. And that's what you're seeing with the 40 millimeters. But at the same time, the reality are that there's violence in our community, and making sure for the men and women of the Santa Rosa Police that they have those resources. The armored rescue vehicle was one that there were strong community concerns and even council concerns that we heard about that. And so we're really trying to use it carefully. But even last year, I remember I was actually at the National League of Cities conference last year at this same month with it, and our officers were facing a barricaded subject who was armed and fired shots at our police officers who were standing behind that armored vehicle. And that was an important day for me of like, that vehicle potentially saved the life of Santa Rosa police officers who were shot out just a year ago from this month with it. Those doesn't really get much local attention or anything like that officers were shot at with it, but it's something that I really noticed and really remember, and so thankful for the council support for these tools for not only for the protection of our community, but the men and women of the police department.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go to public comment. I see one member of the public, Does he wish to comment? All right, you've done enough, Curtis. Bringing it back to council for, let's do final comments. Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. For myself, I'm really proud of the men and women of the Santa Rosa Police Department. So having served on City Council for 5 years now, my perception of police officers is very different. Why? Because I've seen the way that the culture, the way that a marginalized community is being respected and treated. It goes a long way. So I really have to give kudos again, Chief, to the men and women who serve under your direction. It's you know, we talk about creating a model for other places. I believe that's what you're creating, and hopefully others are paying attention to what's being done here in the city of Santa Rosa. Thank you.
I'll just second that. Thank you. Thank you for the professionalism of the force. It comes through in reports like this and every day in the field. You make council and the city proud. And with that, Ms. McDonald, would you care to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to. And I'm happy that we have the equipment needed to protect those who serve our community. So thank you for bringing this report forward. Let's see. I move to approve the Santa Rosa Police Department Annual Military Equipment Report, which complies with the requirements of AB 481, and 2, review ordinance number ORD-2022-007, and 3, renew ordinance number ORD-2022-007, codified as Chapter 2-38 of the Santa Rosa City Code per California Assembly Bill number 481, and waive further reading of the text.
Second. We'll give that one to Vice Mayor Alvarez for the second, with a motion by Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
I think I'm going to abstain. Sorry.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
And Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Banuelos abstaining.
Just for my clarification, do we need a reason for the abstention?
An abstention is different than a recusal. A recusal is when you are, you either have a conflict or out of an abundance of caution based on a concern about a conflict. In that case, you do need to give a reason. An abstention is simply an election not to vote. No reason has to be given, but certainly one can be given.
Understood. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 18, which is our last public comment on non-agenda matters. I'm not sure that we have anyone here in the public who wishes to give comment, but now is the time. Seeing none, we move on to item 20, adjournment. Thank you, everyone.
Chief.